American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. One of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. Because Jonathan is a Biafran.
is having the Bible translated a 3 minutes read, and I'll take my time to read it to you guys. Moderators, please, am I allowed?
Go ahead, we're listening, but just make it fast.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. All right, the title of the article is do you want to know what a scam is? That is the question. Now, a scam is having the Bible translated into Swahili, Igbo, Yoruba, Zulu, Taswana, Ndebele, and every other African language, but having zero scientific book translated into a single African language. That is a conspiracy, that is a trap, and that is a scam. Someone who can be scammed with the same trick over and over again for decades upon decades is considered a fool, and their gullibility and lack of critical thinking make them willing participants in their own demise. I have walked into different libraries and I have seen university science books translated into Chinese, Russian, Portuguese, French, German, Spanish, and so forth. I have seen Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill translated into French. I have seen the Japanese version of A Man's Search for Meaning. I have seen a Spanish version of The Alchemist. I have seen the Korean version of The Art of War. All these books, I have seen them in various languages, but not in any African language. You will never find a church in Africa where the English-speaking preacher would not have a native translator next to them doing the translation. Here's where the scam comes in. You also will never find a school in Africa where the English-speaking teacher will be having a native translator next to them translating chemistry, physics, mathematics, geography, economics, etc. to the students. I have seen many science books translated into various languages, but none in any African language. The Chinese are taught mathematics in Chinese. The Japanese are taught engineering in Japanese. They are all taught finance, astrophysics, medicine, accounting, geology, management, government, and so on in their languages. The only book that Africans have had in their language is the Bible. And the only time
Chukwu okike abịama, Chukwu na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo, Chukwu maara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udo mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe omechi ụzọ osi mpịara na-azụ ụmụ igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime ọsị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ na nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike ojuru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka lụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi Ọhamadike bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ, otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile, ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya, nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike, napụta ya na Eke, napụta ya na Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na Eke, napụta ya na Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma, ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lachaa. Chukwu okike abịa ama, onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị Eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na Eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, Eke ga-eketara ya nnwere onwe, Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ, Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra, Oke ga-eketara ya nnwere onwe, Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụla. Ọkwa na ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta, ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra, ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwesu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra, na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kwọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lachaa. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ama, asị m na mberede nyiri dike, mberede ka o ji amanwa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido, jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwanụ nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama mfụ ya anya. Asị m na eje anaba isi ije. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi, echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụrụ eje nkụ. Asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmiri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere. Asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, gaa tụnye ugo, gaa nye ya mmeri, gaa nye ya mmeri, gaa nye ya mmeri, tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin, onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo na ofufe. A sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ. Ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka ha nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka ha nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka ha nwee ike wee kwuchie anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwee ike wee kachie anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ahịa, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ. Eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo, mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo, asị m unu binye, maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri. Onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ. Onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa, mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service coming to you via Radio Biafra London My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 24th of September 2022, being Saturday, a day we dedicate to discussions on religious issues. Without wasting time, I will present my co-host. Wada, please. Over to you. Introduce yourself to Biafrans. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi. I'm waiting for you to finish. Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon. I want to use this opportunity to commend you for your program. I believe it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. It was brilliant, as always, but this one was exceptional, Mazi. You moved the guy, I don't know where he called from, who started talking about Monroe doctrine, which we're going to explore. I know you're going to explore that too. Mazi, you're an institution. It's not just that you bring in these words, bring in these teachings. It's your way of approach. Again, I'm not being personal. I speak of the same of other of our broadcasters. But as Naguchana Nagana, I co-host with you. But you guys are brilliant and you are masterful, Mazi. So having said that, because I need to say it out, it's been in my head since I had that broadcast. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. My names are Marian Hader. As usual, I'll be speaking from Maryland in United States. And again, I know you guys accepted my apology last week, but I'm going to say again, thank you for accepting my apology. For being late last week, it was not intentional, out of character of me. But thank you guys for receiving me and accepting me for who I am. And even when I make mistakes, you guys are willing, very, very willing to forgive me. So let's forge ahead and listen to what we're going to come out today. As usual, I wish us all a good listening ears, good mindset. Let us be open to receive and open to give. Thank you all. God bless as we listen. Thank you, man.
We are in this together. Everybody is contributing his or her quota. That is why we are in a movement. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. You know, yesterday I said it, and let me repeat it to the zoo government, the Nigerian government, that they should be thankful to the leadership of IPOB, because they are the people that are restraining the beasts in IPOB. You know, people, the caliphate thought that, oh, look, they are the normal Igbos, which y'all just give them money and they turn even the guns against themselves. As that genocidal beast, Gowon, who is still alive to witness what the ravaging that is taking place in his own community. You know, maybe since 40 years he never go back to his village. Maybe, go on, I'm talking. Because he helped the caliphate in order to do what they are doing today. They thought that this is a normal thing, Igbo thing. But let me warn them and tell them that there are many wild animals, let me put it like that, in this struggle. We are suicidal. I'm telling you. You know, there was one time, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, for every Boko Haram suicide bomber, he can bring out 100 Biafran suicide bombers. You know, Nigerian government, as usual, they thought that, is bluffing. Let them continue taking it as blood. After all, when our leaders started, they thought they said it's a miscreant. These are a group of jobless people. You know, Igbo politicians and the so-called intellectuals without common sense. That is what they classify us as. They classified us as miscreants. You know, that we are toothless bulldog. No, we are miscreants. These are jobless people. Okay. Instead of Biafra not to come, everything in that zoo will perish. It is a promise Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made right from time. People they don't think, they don't try to think about what this thing means. Let me tell you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in your hands. The zoo DSS, the Nigerian government. You should do the needful, save your face, because that is what you are looking for. An open door in order to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Therefore, do the needful. Because I will not say let nothing happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because something has happened to him already. He's being tortured, but we are watching. We are watching. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. We are not begging. No. We are, because Nigerian government have accepted that they committed extraordinary rendition against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is a crime in the international war, against the international community. It's a crime. So what are they waiting for? All this jamboree, court, this and that is rubbish. Our leader must be released. That is it. Otherwise, there will be no peace anywhere. Our leader must be released. Therefore, before I continue, because we are going to continue on our previous topic of last Saturday, religion and God. Does any religion has the monopoly of God? Or is there any religion more important or superior to others? That is what we are going to discuss, or continue discussing. The second part. Let me first of all read IPOB press release, please. IPOB press release of today being the 24th of September 2022, Saturday. Nigeria will never remain the same should anything bad happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody. IPOB. The attention of the global movements and family of the indigenous people of Biafra under the command and leadership of the great liberator Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been drawn to the destructive path being told by the Nigerian Gestapo Secret Police, the DSS, as it concerns the health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide. Recollect that Mazi Kanu was illegally and criminally kidnapped in Kenya in 2021, extraordinarily renditioned to Nigeria, and has been kept in solitary confinement in the DSS facility at Abuja. The IPOB leadership received very disturbing report from our legal team about the deteriorating health of the great leader and prophet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu inside DSS solitary confinement. Nigeria government, through their lawless DSS, has refused Mazi Nnamdi Kanu access to his personal and professional physician for over a year now, in contravention to court orders. The Nigerian government and the DSS is hereby notified that they are playing with an active volcano whose eruption will leave a trail of complete destruction should they continue on this ignoble path, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in any manner impacted negatively. Nigeria government must understand that because IPOB has remained peaceful even in the face of most unbearable provocations in the form of abductions, torture, secret disappearances, extrajudicial murders, in addition to the extraordinary rendition of our great leader from Kenya to Nigeria since June of the last year, 2021, the Nigerian government and her agency of torture, called the DSS, should very well know that the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's health while in their custody is a red line they must not cross. This peaceful approach will never remain the same if anything untoward happens to him. We are telling you now so that the international community will bear us witness that we want Nigeria before it and its torture agency, the DSS, commit an irreparable blunder. We are urging the British Prime Minister and her High Commissioner in Abuja, the United States of America President and U.S. Embassy in Abuja, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch Organization, United Nations, African Union, ECOWAS, Israel Prime Minister and Israel Embassy in Abuja, Russia President and Russia Embassy in Abuja, German Chancellor and her Embassy in Abuja to compel the Fulani-led government of Nigeria to unconditionally release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, or be prepared to repeat their genocidal war against Biafrans as it was in 1967-1970. The world bodies and international community who regularly meet with the impostor impersonating the late Buhari, as well as the Nigerian presidency officials, should warn them of the dire consequences that will result in playing with the health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and compel them to, without delay, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from their custody because he has not committed any crime known under local and international law. Nigeria must agree on a referendum date with IPOB for the Biafran people to decide on their fate and future. The time and era of impunity and imposition of external will on the indigenous people of Biafra is long gone and dead. We are aware that the issue of Biafra is among the topical issues facing the international community and world leaders. The most important issue now is the release of our leader and paying him adequate compensation for the flagrant abuse and violation of his fundamental human rights, and for the physical and psychological torture he has been put through these past months. If Nigeria government refuses to release the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and should anything wrong happen, this peaceful Biafra struggle will suddenly turn into a bloody revolution, and the Nigeria government should be held responsible in the event of this scenario. Nigeria government should know that the gentle strides of a lion is not a symbol of timidity. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the indigenous people of Biafra. This is what we say. You know, when we talk, some of them might think that we are bluffing. We don't bluff. We are in a serious business. People are dying. Our people have died enough. Our leader should be released. Before I go into the topic or the subject matter of the day, let me just dive into few news headlines. Ozodinma explains attack on Imo market, promises compensating victims. You know, there is something, when I read this thing, it's laughable. You know, as somebody we are discussing privately, somebody said that, I asked the person, but why is Ozodinma doing this? Does it mean that he don't have conscience? He's killing his own direct people, his people direct. Why? The man said something that touched me. He said, Ozodinma know that he's going down. He has reached points of there is no more going back. You know he's going down. So before he goes down, he must let people, as many people as possible, go down with him. And I say yes, but he will go down. So when I read this news, there is a place he said Okay, let me read there. Let me go direct to that place. Why they destroyed the Kototo market, a very ancient market, significant market in our land. You know, there is this adage in the Igbo language that say, "A Kototo amahandi onye na abia na ahia." You know, so he said that a Kototo attack, which witnessed the destruction of goods and property worth billions of naira, followed the discovery of the security agencies that it served as a heaven for the production of improvised explosive devices by bandits and other criminal elements. You see? Okay, going further, let me read further a bit. He further stated that security report revealed that the market was turned into a hiding place for bandits and kidnappers who compelled traders to pay taxes to them before they could open their shops for businesses. Now, can you look how controversial and arrant nonsense, things that doesn't make sense at all. He said why they burned down a Kototo market. Oh, they are producing IED inside the market. You know, sometimes I look at Nigeria, I say, shame unto you. For like this, all this, they are, sometimes they just say something for saying sake, that anyway, they must say something. You know? In the market, they are producing IED. And they further say that, oh, it is a hiding place for kidnappers and bandits, that they compelled traders to pay taxes to them before they could open their shops for businesses. So, if that's the case, now the best thing is to go and also suffer the traders that are suffering from kidnappers, to go and punish them. Do you see Nigeria's solution? Do you see it? Now, they see that people are bandits and criminals are coming to collect illegal taxes from the marketers. They could go and destroy, as a solution, they could go and destroy the goods of the traders. Do you see solution? Nigeria's solution? Instead of going after the so-called kidnappers, now they go and destroy the whole market, that in short, let everybody suffer. Do you see Nigeria's solution? You know, it's in Nigeria that I see the policemen are not trained to run. I don't know whether people have noticed this. Now that you are listening, I don't know. I hope you will comment on it.
Yes, Mazi, I'm listening.
Policemen in Nigeria, they don't run to pursue criminals, even petty criminal that is not armed. No, they don't run. They shoot you, they kill you. Whereas in every other place in the world, police are kept, you must be fit. As long as the criminal, the person or the suspect is not armed, he is running with his leg, policemen are trained to pursue the person. As long as they know it's clear, you are not armed, they will pursue you with leg and catch you. That is why what they are trained officers. But in Nigeria, it's impossible. Once you move, they cock their gun and kill you. Even if it is somebody maybe stole 1 cup of gari, it's just to eat. And police go, they want to run, they shoot him and kill him direct. Before you know, they'll tell you, they'll bring out some guns from, because all those guns, they're everywhere in Nigeria, in the police custody. They'll bring out guns and say, this is an armed robber, is a kidnapper, is this. They place the guns in his cups and call Channels Television to come and witness it. And Channels Television, they will dig out rubbish and say, oh, this person have been, oh, they say have killed, he have been robbing since he killed 5 people even yesterday. But it was just a gari, somebody that stole 1 cup of gari to eat because he's hungry. That is how sad and pathetic Nigeria is. So people that are like this, how will you believe anything they tell you? How will you believe? You know, the coming of social media made me to understand that we have been caged by the mainstream media. Since we have been, everybody was caged as zombies. I'm telling you. Because everything that happened before, without social media, you know, Chinese television will, they will make you to even kill your savior. You see this Chinese television and right television, all of them, all those Zoom media. So now they say, Hope Uzodinma said that why he sent soldiers to destroy a Kototo market is because criminals are going there taking illegal taxes from traders. So that is why the only solution is to destroy the people, innocent citizens' goods that are even suffering from kidnappers, as so to say, paying illegal tax to people that are harassing them. Instead of going after those that are committing this crime, no, they destroy everything. That is Nigeria's solution. That is Nigeria's solution for you. In the midst of inflation, why Naira is going down, they need more Naira. What they simply do is they will command, Caliphate will command, let more Naira be printed. You know, Nigeria is a joke. A joke. Now, another headline, it said, if Katsina security has AK-47, Amoteku must also be armed. Ondo Governor Akeredolu declares. The dead body called Nigerians, they don't care about all these things. They don't care. That they arm people, the Nigerian government, the state government in Katsina immediately arm the people, tell everybody take AK-47. They give them arms. But when it comes to South, since how many years Amoteku have been there crying for, you know, let them sign, give them arms. Let Nigeria government allow them to carry arms. They have been crying. You know, whereas in Katsina, it is automatic. This is a country. This is a country where everybody is expected to be one. Sometimes I look at everything and I shake head. The only thing that the caliphate have succeeded in doing is using the hatred against Igbos as a blind spot for them to act with impunity. Otherwise, how could this thing happen? If Akeredolu talks now, they would secretly tell him, hey, do you know what? They will threaten him. It's we that allow, international airport, Murtala Mohammed Airport. So you keep quiet, eh? Otherwise, we open airport in Enugu. We open a seaport in One. We open a seaport in Calabar. All those things will make he will cool down. Because everybody's problem in that zoo is how to undo the Igbos. That is one thing the Fulani Caliphate have succeeded. They have succeeded in doing. So that anything that happens, if they are killing other people, the people want to rise up and complain. They will tell them, hey, you want Biafra to come? You want the Igbos to come up? What you are saying now, if we stop killing you, Igbos will come up. So the people, they will keep quiet, okay, as long as let Igbos not come up, please. Kill us, no problem. Destroy our villages. This is how they have programmed Nigeria. It's very sad and pathetic. Okay, let me read another. Terrorists hit Abuja community again. Abduct 5 residents. Terrorists hit Abuja community again. Abduct 5 residents in Abuja, the capital. They don't go there in order to kill kidnappers, to destroy the whole residence, as Hope Uzodinma did. or is doing. They have ISIS, ISWAP, that is attacking police in Ondo, killing, abducting. They don't, because of it, bomb everywhere and they kill the whole people, destroy houses. No, they don't do it. Where they do all these things is only in Biafra land. And you see the country we are in. Why didn't they go to destroy communities in Abuja, where the terrorists are in operation, where they kidnap people? They should say, oh, that is a safe haven for terrorists. Now, therefore, destroy every house, everything that you see there in Abuja. No, they will not do it. Only in Biafra land. One other, please, I don't know whether you have anything to say before I continue to the subject matter. Please go on.
Yes, Mazi. The headlines you just read out. One is, like you rightly said, Uzodimba claiming that the reason why he went in and destroyed the K Otutu or the market. If you have been able to identify the culprit, or according to him, that means he had an intelligence, hopefully human intelligence, if he wants us to believe his story. So you know these people, you know the section of the market where this business or illegal business is going on, or the stores. Why didn't he go and arrest the people? Why didn't he go and target those people? Why bomb? Why shoot out the whole market? So when you listen to that, that tells you his story makes no sense. Okay? So it has nothing to do with whether people were doing illegal business or anything in that place. Because if you can identify the crimes, identify the culprits, you go after them. Now, secondly, Uzodimba, this one he has done, I would like him to hear me clearly. All our markets were designated or are given after a particular spirit, deity, like we have in our place. The 4 market days, there are deities, there are spirits that are attached to them. If anybody who is a traditionalist understands Eke, what Eke means, Eke is one of the strongest deities we have. In fact, when it comes to traditional religion, there are certain things you don't do on Eke day. That's how sacred Eke is. So for him to go and desecrate that market, I want him to know that it was the deities he had desecrated, and he must pay for it. Another thing that gives me heartburn, when I had this, even with what Soludo is being accused of now, I have been asking myself, these individuals, they have wives. These their wives are women, they are mothers. And I hope these women will hear me. Your husbands are killing other people's children. The way you carried your children 9 months, went through the labor pains, brought them out, nursed them, and you want them to be the best. I want them to understand this is how these mothers are feeling for their children. But you guys are watching your husbands shedding innocent blood, and you guys cannot say or do anything. I always pride myself as one of those women. I would have divorced this individual in a heartbeat. I don't care what position I find myself. Because when you are an accomplice to a crime, you are part of it. Because if your husband truly loves you, he will give you a listening ears. That is why even in America here, or civilized world, they pay attention. When you hear the word first lady, you are not being asked to, people are not giving you that adulation because you married to the man. They believe that you can get through the heart of that man through his wife. Because it's supposed to be his soft spot. But for some reason, these women are watching their husbands destroying lives, and they think their own children will be useful to them. That's not going to happen. It's a matter of time. So Uzodimba has finally, ndị Igbo si nwa ọkụkọ bọọ ihe na-abọ ihe na-abọ ihe na-achụ ya, ọ bọtọ ihe n'utu utu ya agbakwala ọsọ. Uzodimba has finally pụtara ihe n'utu utu. For him to mess with deity Eke, Go and write it somewhere. Maybe he knows. He's talking about compensating people. There are things you will do that you can never be able to replace. Where do you start? And we have a society where these individuals may not be able to have an accurate estimation of what they have lost. And knowing how these people operate, they're going to cap a particular amount they're going to give them. It's not going to solve their problem. The emotional trauma will never ever. Some of these people will go into post-traumatic syndrome. Anywhere they hear something like a sound, their life will never be the same. Is it going to take them to therapy? Because psychologically they are messed up. This is how you create even criminals or people who will be like, I must revenge. So what he's saying does not make sense. He has been burning this bush of the market, and for some reason, where are the so-called Nzenozo? What is going on? I don't understand. Where are these people? These are your markets. These are your people. You claim you are representing them. The men of House Assembly, men and women of House of Assembly, where are they? The government officials, where are they? These people could be your parents, could be your relatives, and we're talking about the economy that is already gone down. What is going on? I mean, the silence is so deafening that is concerning. I don't get it. And Mazi, when you mention about security or police or security outfit, you are not trained to kill. You are not trained to kill life. You are trained to save life. I was once a security guard here, and I carried arms for 4 years. I had Virginia license. When I went through my training, you are not trained to kill, you are trained to save life. The only time you discharge your gun is when your life is threatened, and you must prove it. You cannot shoot an unarmed person. It doesn't matter. As long as they're about 100 meters away from you, 100 yards away from you. You cannot, because somebody that is that distance is not a threat to you, because you have an upper hand. You have a gun. You can destroy that person. You can stop that threat before it gets close to you. Even if the person has a stick. So all these excuses I'm hearing, they shoot this person, they should not be happening. Once you identify the individual, they can run. That's the upper hand you have. You can't even shoot even if the person is a criminal, you can't shoot somebody from behind. That's another law. And these I'm telling you are international law. You cannot shoot anybody from behind. You cannot do that. It's against humanity. Okay? So even if the person is running away, what you do is take the information. Go and find that person, or use your vehicle to chase the person, or use a helicopter, whatever to chase. But you don't shoot people behind them. But this one is, the person is standing in front of you, poses no threat, nothing. It could be because you wanted some bribe from them. You shoot them and say it was a mistake. No, you don't shoot people for mistake. We're talking about lives you cannot replace. The gun you're carrying is for deterrent and to protect yourself if the threat is really coming to you. And that is why you must warn the individual. I am giving you the final instruction. If you make one move towards me, I am going to stop you with a deadly force. You must give that command before you discharge your duty. But we are speaking of a country where there is no law. Nothing happens because you know this person, you know that person. So it's really outrageous. But my anger again is this. Our people, I remember when Floyd was killed here, and we were having demonstration here. Our people were there demonstrating Black Lives Matters. That is something that happened in America. When the other guy was killed, Nigerians will be there demonstrating Black Lives Matters. Look at the number of our youth that are being cut down every day. Look at the amount of our communities that are being destroyed every day. You can't even get our people to come out and demonstrate. I'm asking them, when they make the argument Black Lives Matters, and when they demonstrate when somebody is killed in another country, they don't even know the individual. Are they not black? Does their life not matter to them? But somebody else's life, it matters. This is a misplaced priority that I'm trying to understand what is going on with us. We are willing to carry somebody's issue, but when it comes to us, we are handicapped. What is the problem? What level of deep slumber are they in? Their life do not matter to them? Why can't they? I have said it's just one person. In fact, when you look at the statistics, the Nigerian security outfit is not even enough to police the society. It's not enough. So if the people are serious and rise up in mass, they can defeat these people. They can make them run away. But I'm trying to understand the handicap, Mazi. I don't know. We continue to exploit this. We could be saying religion. Yeah, I know it has a role to play. But there's something else I'm going to bring in, my own thought, as we go on. Maybe that's why we are in this deep slumber. It makes no sense. But those Odimba, you born AK market. The deity AK will definitely visit you and your generation. You cannot run away from it because these are spirits. They don't play. You mess with them, they know how best to mess with you. Thank you, Mazi.
There are many things that are contributing to people being dead body in Nigeria. There are many factors. Religion is also one of the heavy factors there. So, and the structure of Nigeria, how Nigeria was structured, how it is, how the existence of Nigeria is also one of the reasons. That's it. So, and for your information, our 4 market days are for Nkwo Eke Orie. It represents also the 4 cardinal pillars of this planet Earth. That is the fire. Eke means fire. It represents the fire. Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Yes.
That was what you got me right immediately.
Exactly.
Yeah. The 4 elements that control the 4 elements, the 4 pillars,
universe. That controls this universe, this planet. That is fire, air, land. That is soil and water. That is for Nkwo Eke Orie. That is it. Our people should be making more researches on concerning our very, how do I call it? Very strong religion, traditional religion. I'm telling you, we are perishing because of lack of knowledge, because we don't seek for knowledge. But IPOB has poured us into looking for knowledge. That's it. Therefore, we must continue. As I said, we will continue on the second part on this topic that says religion and God. Does any religion has the monopoly of God? That is the second part. In other words, is there any religion more important or superior to others? The answer is no. It is just like asking people, asking this question. Is some people's local food better or superior to others? When any part of the world you go, no matter the type of trees, plants, and animals that grow there, no matter the type of food they eat, you see people that are healthy. I want to compare this so that people will understand. I like to start from scratch so that people elementary, so that people will understand my point. Every food contains almost the same basic nutrients needed by the body. It doesn't matter how you prepare it. They will prepare their own ice cream. Others you see some people, they dig out something you don't know from the ground and they cook it and eat it. And you see children that are healthy. You see people that are bouncing healthy for generations. And you want to come and tell them that, your own ice cream or your own type of food is superior. Is it not madness? It's exactly the same thing with religion. When you come, you demonize other people's religion, other people's way of life. You demonize it. And now you come to introduce your own so that your own becomes a standard. There is something I found very, very funny when I'm discussing with people. When you talk about religion, when you bring out some certain facts about loopholes in Christianity, even in the Bible, many things you see the person will start telling you, are you against God? I say God. Does Christianity mean God? This is something the person will now start. Once you talk anything, bring one point that is clear. The person will ask you, which means you are talking against God. I say, come on. Does it mean that Christianity means God? Is that what you mean? It's a religion, not God. So, this is the ignorance we are facing. Whereas people can come and criticize our local religion, they are not talking against God. But when you start criticizing, bringing about facts that are supposed to, be discussed about, that people are supposed to know concerning the religion that is being brought to them, they now start telling, oh, are you against God? I say, are you normal? Christianity is not God. Islam is not God. They are ordinary religion, which is man-made. Do you understand? The same way you see people criticize different other local religions, and they are not talking against God. No person, it's normal thing. Now, when you criticize some things that bring up points that's supposed to commonsensical points that are commonsensical, they tell you, oh, no, you are talking against God. Leave this discussion. You are talking against God. There you know that people are highly brainwashed. They are no more, they are gone. Only, extraordinary force will redeem them. I'm telling you. We should understand that humans are free moral beings. Free moral. Oh, it's not people, things that are cajoled, forced, programmed. We are not inanimate. Gold, for example, is inanimate. You keep a stone or gold there, precious stone here. According to Isaac Newton's law, you keep it in one place. As long as it's inanimate, it cannot move. Unless an external force moves it, it can stay there for forever without moving. Unless another external force moves it. Human beings are not like that. That is why when human beings talk, even when you read even Bible stories, you see that God even listened. Because God listened to human being. Oh, God, you can convince God with superior arguments. Do you understand? Superior arguments.
Mazi, I'm not interjecting, but you can, what you're saying now, Saul, it was Israelite that asked God to give them a king, and God listened to them.
Of course.
Hezekiah, when a message was sent to him, according to the Christian Bible, that he was going to die, the Bible said that once the prophet turned the left, he turned his face on the wall and began to plead his case to God, and God added more years to him.
Yes,
Mazi, go ahead, please.
Of course. Hezekiah told God, look at how I live, just look at what I did before. Now the problem is, I want to ask people, does it mean that God forgot all those things? Does it, as God, omnipotent, omnipresent, or does it mean that he forgot all those things? No, but he wants you to make your case. So that is why I say human beings, we are gods, if you don't know it. Because we can convince God, we can plead our case. That is why, any country, advanced countries, they are advanced because they listen to superior arguments. Nothing more, not brutal force, superior arguments. They listen to themselves. You come, you talk, you bring your case, make your case. If it is superior, they channel it, they take it, and in order to advance their country. That is how God made man. Because we are gods. This brain we have is part of God. It's just like God. With it you can plead your case. You can argue positively, and God listens. After you convince him, as our one that said now, written in the Bible, but you people don't know. So that is why you are, people in the zoo, they are perishing because they don't understand. Ignorance. Now, If what we believe about God is correct, omniscience and omnipotent, he has the ability to do everything. Which means God has the ability to change everybody. Why didn't he change people to follow one religion? Why? Why is it that it is human being that we still go and force other skill in order to convert people into another religion? Why?
Because according to their Bible, it says you do not receive because you did not ask me in prayers.
Okay. You see it? So, all these things, you should understand that whatever that is happening in this planet Earth, in this our realm, our physical realm, we have also control over it as human beings. Do you understand? Human beings have a very big role to play because that is our own arena. It's not in the spirit, but with ignorance you believe that you have to. It's God that will do everything for you. God will touch good leaders, good politicians to come, enter office. Now after they will remember you. People that fear God, they will remember and start doing the right thing. That is common thing in Nigeria. And it's in the religious places, in churches and mosques, that all these garbages are being preached. And people are believing garbage. People don't know that they have the power. The power is in their hands to rise up and do the right thing. Take away people that are burn down the politicians. As it happened in Sri Lanka. Is it Sri Lanka? Yes. The other time. They burned down almost all the houses of their politicians. It is not God that did it, send fire from heaven. No. It is a human being. They rose up because they want changes. They rose up. In Iran today, they are rising up. Though it is part of international politics. But at least people are rising up against the most feared, the highly feared Hizbah police. Religious morality police.
The international are coming in because the people rose up.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
main core. The people rose up. That's the main core of this argument. Yes. How can something be happening to you? You're there, you're quiet. So why do you expect somebody to come from out? It's just like if in a house and the fight is broke out between a husband and wife. Two of them are fighting. Nobody is raising an alarm. The wife is not calling for help. She's there, duking it out with the man, quiet. Why would an external person come in to say what's going on?
You won't.
That's the core argument.
Of course. Because you have to have value. You have to give yourself value. Like Wanda said before, give the example. How people in Nigeria were protesting, like Black Lives Matter, for Floyd, that was killed in faraway America. But when it comes to their own people at their backyard, they don't care. No, everybody. Now, how do you want people to put value to yourself? How do you want people to pity you in the streets of Dubai? Dubai police will pity you. They will do you anything they want. If you talk, they'll tell you, hey, go look at, do you add value to your life? You are nothing. That is the situation. So, what am I trying to say? If God is omnipresent, omniscience, all-knowing God, yes, he has the ability, as we believe. Why didn't he put everybody into one religion? He can, under 1 second, everybody will start being Christian or Muslim at a time. Why didn't he do that? That is something you have to answer by yourself. It's a rhetorical question. Because you still see that it is the same humans, we humans, that are imposing their customs and traditions, including religions, to others, which is in form of conquest. It's a form of conquest. Remember, we are talking about religion and God. No religion has monopoly of God. Even in the Bible, the God of Israel never commanded any Israeli king to convert or impose their religion to any other country. You know, we talk about the Bible because this is the one we know. This is the one you can understand. Sometimes even God can use a king in Israel to go and punish maybe the Moabites that are not part of Israel, that are not even worshiping the God of Israel. He said, for I have seen their sins, their crimes are now many, so go and punish them. He will not tell them, when you finish, conquer, put your religion, tell them to convert. Say no. Which means, even in the religion they are, their local religion, they can go against it. They can commit crime. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. It's not a blanket condemnation. There are also sometimes Israel will sin, and God can use another country and tell them, go and destroy Israel, according to the Bible, because of their sin, because their kings, they have followed another God, according to the Bible you are reading. Now you ask yourself, which means God recognizes all those other non-Jewish religions. You know, that is my point. Which means there are some other countries in the Bible, in the story, Bible story, about they are doing good. They are doing good, which means God recognizes them, that they're okay, they are doing good, but they are not worshiping the God of Israel.
Mazi, I'm not trying to interject. I don't want you to lose your thought, but I don't want to lose what Mazi, what you're saying now. Two examples I'm going to give them from the Bible. Nebuchadnezzar had a dream.
Yes.
His dream was correct, even though it was this guy that interpreted it for him. But God spoke to him. He was not worshiping the God of Abraham, but this God ministered to him. Pharaoh had a dream,
yes,
which Joseph interpreted. Pharaoh was not worshiping the God of Israelites, but God communicated with him, showed him in advance what was going to happen. There was going to be a famine through their own religion. Okay? So Abraham himself, when he was still moving, he encountered a king who took his wife when Abraham lied that it was his sister. I'm putting their Bible for them.
It's an Egyptian,
Same God
Egyptian
of
king,
these
even.
people, Amalek, I think it was an Amalekite king. God spoke to him in the dream. That woman you have is not Abraham's sister, it's the wife. So I'm trying to make your case, Mazi, use this example to bring it to bear, to understand it. God speaks to every community, every individual, every society, whether you are a Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you. God speaks to every community, every individual, every society, whether you are a Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you. God speaks to every community, every individual, every society, whether you are a Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you. God speaks to every community, every individual, every society, whether you are a Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you. God speaks to every community, every individual, every society, whether you are a Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you. God speaks to every community, every individual, every society, whether you are a Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you. Muslim or Christian. If you have the ability to discern, if you have that gift to have that communication with him, he will minister to you.
We must continue. Apart from the perturbation, but we must continue. So what you're saying, you're right in what you're saying. or what you said. You know, people don't understand. Because of being brainwashed, people now, how do you call it? They franchise religion for God, or franchise God for their religion. I don't know which one, you know. So that they believe that, oh, without being a Christian, without being worshipping the way so you don't know God. That is total arrant nonsense and fake. It's just ordinary brainwashing, nothing more. God, no person, I say nobody, no religion has monopoly of God. I'm telling you. God talks to people according to their religious beliefs, in their own ways. Do you understand me? That is what we are preaching here, because this is part of the enlightenment program, you know. So what am I trying to say? As what I have said, she gave many examples, which is right. If God can, you know, talk to somebody that is not even a Jewish, that doesn't know about the Jewish religion as of that time, but he reveal himself, if you tell him something, communicate to the person. If God can talk to Nebuchadnezzar, that is having their own way of life, their religion, reveal things, you know. Now who are you to monopolize God? Who are you to talk? Oh, Mazi Jonathan, when you are talking this, you know, it seems you are talking against God. Who are you? You are even, let me say, you are miniaturizing God, because God is for everybody. God is for every religion. God is for every culture and tradition. The same way, what matters in the food we eat is the nutrients. You get the different types of the same nutrients on different types of food. When you go to you know, forest region, you see what they eat, like what we eat. All that matters is when you analyze and break down the food in the laboratory, you still get the same nutrients that is good for the body. You go to desert region, you see what they are eating. You analyze it and break it down. The same nutrient that is good for your body. The same nutrient, the basics. You go to islands, the same thing. Go to people that don't know, that don't have a sea, the same thing. You see people that are there that are healthy, people that are there growing healthy, but they eat different food that you don't even know. You understand? But because the one you grow up with, that is why, that is the one you know. So first of all, the first time when they will tell you, come and taste this food, you say, maybe because of the look, you lose appetite. But when you taste it, you see that it is good, and it gives you the same nutrients that your own food gives to you. So this is what we are saying. There is no religion that has monopoly of God. What they preach to people, oh, go and burn down. They are worshiping idol. Go and burn. That is rubbish. Because they have shrines, they do this. You pray, speak in tongue in your own way. Say, go and burn down this. That is nonsense. It's the same thing with the Islam. You know, sometimes there is something I see, the hypocrisy I see in Christianity. When it comes to others, for example, burning down, cutting down trees that people, you know, use, stay there to worship in their own way. It is nothing. There is freedom of religion. It is not, you know, it is not against freedom of religion. But when you now start talking against, you know, all the rights they are doing, I mean the Christians, you will see a Christian Nigerian telling you, oh, after all, we have, don't force me. We have freedom of religion. And there I see that it is hypocrisy to the highest place, the highest order. You can undo others. It is not against a freedom of worship. But when they start do your own, you start crying. What is the difference between your own way and even Islam you castigate? What is the difference? Because they kill, they go further. You yourself, you can kill. You can kill because you don't know that all those things you are doing, you are already killing people. The person that believes in that thing, you are killing the person. You don't know. We must remove this ignorance. Okay. We should know that once a nation or country is bent on building or establishing an empire, listen, they do it through conquest and colonization of others, and they use everything at their disposal, including religion, as a weapon of conquest. Do you understand me? When or once a nation or a country is bent on building or establishing an empire, they do it through conquest and colonization of others, and they use everything at their disposal, including religion, as a weapon of conquest. That is why everywhere empires go to occupy, to conquer, you see they leave their footprints, and one of their footprints is religion. As the caliphate is trying to conquer Biafra land, don't you see the other day they are doing it through different ways? Don't you see that they financed the translation of Bible? I mean Quran in Igbo language? What do you think about it? It's part of that conquest. You understand? You see empires like Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, British Empire, and others. These people, they leave their footprints. You know? Other people, others that are kingdoms and nations that are not empires, they only defend and protect their land as nations and kingdoms. But empires, they must conquer. They must go out to subjugate people and conquer, vandalize, kill. After they put their religion upon you and say you must accept it, that is the best. You know, when we say this, many people don't understand. Let me say this again. You see now, people in our land, they shout, oh, they want to Islamize us in Nigeria. No, they want to Islamize us. I laugh. Do you see the way you are jittery over what you call Islamization? It's the same way our forefathers were jittery when Europeans brought Christianity in our land. But because we are born into it, they conquered our people. We are now born, they have generations that are born into this. That is why we revere Christianity. Let me tell you, if our people become Islamized, just like the Hausa people, do they talk anything? You can talk anything, even to Hausa people, but Islam, oh, tell you, no, it's God. But these are, people that suffered killings. Their ancestors were forced into this. The same way, if we become Fulanized through Islamization, in the next 100 years and upwards, the generation that time will be praising the Fulani for turning us to God. That is the way they will be calling it that time.
And be defending the religion.
They will be defending the religion that is God. Oh, why are you talking about any person that talk again? Bring him, let us lapidate the person. They will not understand how this thing started. You know, this conquest ambition of empires is the reason why Christianity and Islam remains foremost in today's world religions. Let me flash back in history. Throughout history, many different kingdoms have risen and fallen. Many empires have been born out of nothing and then collapsed to ruin. What is clear throughout history, from Julius Caesar to Genghis Khan, is that it takes a distinct personality to embark on a conquest and an even stronger desire to achieve some goal in order to overcome the difficult challenges that await. Conquest, I know it's not easy. That is why no matter what, I respect Britain, British Empire. They suffer though, it's not easy. Let truth be told though, because what they do, you get look at our struggle. How many people are collapsing? How many people are backsliding? Conquest to build an empire, just like the Fulani Empire, the Sokoto Caliphate. It's an empire they are building. It is not easy. But what matters to them, even if it takes 1,000 years for them, they will reap the fruits. By that time, the generation that time will be reaping the fruit of their labor. That is why they respect Ottoman Danfodio. Do you understand me? They don't joke with Ottoman Danfodio, and rightly so, because he conquered a very big, great race or Hausa race for them. Only one person. Why will you joke with that kind of person? Why? If Azikiwe manipulated things and everything go very good for us today, we will be shouting praises of him. We will build him his grave like what they call it, mausoleum, where people will go there even pray. But he fucked up. He was a greedy person, only looking for his own interest, be the Zik of Nigeria. That is why we are suffering. You understand? He cannot manipulate like others. So it takes radicalism and willpower to set out for conquest. Do you know what it took Europeans to suffer and travel cross Atlantic Ocean? Do you know what it takes? While our ancestors at that time, they will stay and they look at the horizon. They will reach at the ocean and look at the horizon. Maybe they will say, oh, this is where God lives, that horizon you cannot see. They will offer sacrifice. It takes another courage in order to engage into that type of, adventure. I'm telling you. That is why, it's not easy. The reason empires may expand is also so they can grow both physically, culturally, or both. What is culturally? Religion is included. It's religion. Because they don't want to be caged in one place. They don't want that their culture to remain in one place. That is why they expand. They go and expand into horizon, expanding their tentacles, their culture. That is why we speak English today. Britain, they suffer for it. Sometimes when we castigate, yes, but when you see the sacrifices these people made, like I used to say it, you enter flight now, you start commanding. First class, I'm in economy class. You command the air hostess to give you this and that. Relax, huh? Do you know how they suffered to reach where we are today?
Mazi, how many people that died in the process of even trying to get the first thing you call aircraft to fly?
Yes.
Then you're talking about continue to improve on it. A lot of people died.
You know,
who try to get us where we are.
That is why flight tickets are very cheap in Western Hemisphere, in Europe and America. They make it very, very, very cheap. But when it comes to Africa, it's very costly. What is the price of flight from Lagos to where? You see, only because they see that you don't pay the price. They are the people that tap their brain and pay the price for what you enjoy today. Everything you enjoy inside the flight, aviation. So why wouldn't they make time? Why? People died. And the death of people that, even engineers that, non-engineers, one time they will crash in the medieval aircrafts. It will not, debar others from continuing. Unlike Africa or Africans, Oh, this person died. They will discourage you. Now you want to go and die. This person have died. Though you want to go and continue. You want to die? No, they continued. One day I was watching documentary on this aircraft carrier, how it started. America lost many souls, many aircrafts, many things in building and ameliorating this aircraft carrier today. Sometimes the aircraft we land, plane we land there and we miss and enter. Trained pilots will die, personnel will die, and they will continue. What about space travel? How many people dies? They will try to, when exploding, when the rocket will be manned rocket will be taken off, it will explode. Everybody will die. People that we are trained with money, state money, they will start afresh. It didn't discourage them. And you want them to give it to you just like that for you to enjoy, because you are what? You don't want to work.
Because from their mindset, they don't see those things we call failures as failures.
Of course, at all.
They see them as a lesson to be learned on how not to do the thing, and find a solution and resolve it, improve on it. Because if you don't have the mistake, then there is no way you can figure out what the problem is. But in our own mindset, the way we have been wired and programmed, once first of all, we are afraid of taking risks. And then when we counter any hard-born, we back up. We don't want to fight. Can we solve this problem? Because when you have a conflict, when you try to resolve the conflict, there are two things will happen. You get on the other way, perfect it, get it better, and then you learn a lesson as you're trying to resolve the conflict. This is social psychology. But we don't even want, once we have a conflict, we back away. The problem remains. Comes to what our people say.
Wanda, let me say this before you come, because I will allow you to continue before I continue also. What people that look at in Nigeria, look at in our land, the way they have programmed us. You go do business, you fail, you do something, there is failure. Now you say God call you. It is not the will of God for you to continue. One big Bible or sponsor or rent one room. Now God called him because a joy also no. I do this, no, I didn't succeed. So it is not the will of God for me. All these are ignorance. That is why our people we are perishing, because of lack of knowledge. The Europeans, because of enlightenment, they persevered, and that is why they are on top today. They can do something and be failing for 50 years or more than. It doesn't debar them. It doesn't stop them. They continue. They continue. Other generation will not. No. They continue building from that place. Continue building. Continuity. And that is what we lack. Wanda, before I continue, please go on. If you want to say anything, go on, please.
Yeah. So, Mazi, that's what I'm saying. That mentality is the same reason why Nigerian government went and kidnapped Mazi Ohamadike. Okay. But they are wrong this time, because there's a generation of us who are now thinking differently. So my message to them is this. First of all, Mazi will not die. But even if they put him there, leave him there, cage him there, whatever they want to do with him, it's not stopping this movement this time. They must have said it several times. The variables are not the same. The first time our internal leader, Odimwego took that bold step, there are a lot of things were not in place. There were some variables that were not there. One of them was, you didn't have a lot of us in diaspora. Even those who were in diaspora refused to be engaged. Okay? Their mindset was different. They were still hung up in their own Nigerian nonsense. Number two, We were ill prepared. That war was forced onto us because our eternal leader was going for peace. Remember, they had the Aburi Accord. It was for us to go into our own regions, begin to do our thing. Where you have a weak central government, they had an agreement. But what happened? By the time they get home, Britain, whatever they did with Gowan, he flipped the whole thing over. So it was forced on us. We are not quite prepared. So my message to the zoo and all these are crazy politicians from the south, Biafrans, we are in this one for a long haul. We got that game now. So there is nothing they can do. Biafra must come. It's a matter of time. And that's why I'm encouraging us. Don't stop putting your mind, it's going to be now, it's going to be tomorrow. Because there are this positive thinking that I'm always work with. He who expects something is he who gets disappointed. When you're not expecting anything, you're just into that thing because you want to resolve that issue, but you're not giving yourself a time lag. You will never be disappointed if it takes you 10, 20 years. All you know is your set goal must be accomplished, but you continue to push on. So I'm sending this strong message to them. The earlier they leave our Hamadike, the better for them. If they think that if they do anything to him, it's going to deter us, it's a lie. In fact, it's going to motivate us more. Somebody like me came in because of, strongly came into this fight because of this extraordinary rendition. And I'm not the only person. So let him go. But let's talk about the topic at hand today. Mazi, the argument was, or is God, does any religion have monopoly on God? Of course, the answer is no. Let's go back to Genesis of religion and God. Before the creation, it doesn't matter what religion you talk about. God has been in existence. This force you call God, this energy you call God, this supreme deity, supreme being you call God, is not a being. So he created all things. So his creation is outside. He is outside his creation. He is not in his own creation. Because when you understand this, it will make the argument even better. God created everything. So if God created everything, God is outside his creation. I'm going to give you this analogy to bring it. Today we have Apple phone, we have Samsung, we have Motorola, we have all these phones, different kind of phones. The sole aim of the people, which is human being that created all these phones, is for us to have communications. All these phones are outside the human being because human being created the phone. Look at that as religion. The phones are not in us. We created them. We were existing. That's what I'm trying to say. We have been existing before we created these phones. So none of these phones have control over us. What am I saying? Whether I'm using Samsung, whether I'm using iPhone, whether I'm using Motorola, whatever it is to make a phone call, my phone call will go through to any human being as long as the person has a network, the person has a working phone. Nobody can tell you that because you did not use iPhone, you cannot communicate with somebody else. That's what they're telling you when they're talking about religion. Because you're not a particular religion, you cannot access God. No. Because God has nothing to do with religion. He created humans. Humans created religion. So that has nothing to do with God. That's number one point I need to bring in today. Number two, let's look at again, because we, as you rightly said, Matt, we continue to cite references from the Christian Bible because the population we are dealing with are mostly Christians. But all these things I'm going to argue again cuts across the board of any religion. According to the Christian Bible, let me take them to Genesis chapter 1, verse 28. It says, that's the creation of human being. According to their Bible, it said, and God blessed them, saying, increase and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it. I want them to underline from here. Subdue it and rule over the fishes of the seas and the birds of the heaven and all the domestic animals and the entire earth. We have been, because it's a point you make, I'm trying to put highlights on it. We are here to take charge. He gave us instructions. I have created you. You guys are going to be the ones to dominate. Whatever you want to do with this physical earth is on your own. I've given you everything you need, every tool you need, which is the human mind and brain. I call the brain the interface of the mind. I'm not going there because I'm a student of dualism, so I'm not going there. But he has given us the brain and the mind to think. Whatever we make of this earth is on us. If we want to make it good, fine. We don't want to make it good, it's on us. But whatever we do, that's how we make our bed is how we're going to lie on it. So bring it to our people. We are sitting down over there waiting for the Western world to be developing the world, and then we expect them, after they finish, to give us equal right in their creations. That's wrong. We all have the same mind, the same brain, because when you move somebody from Africa or even Zoological Republic, bring them here, somebody like me and all of us, ask yourself, why is it that the same individual is able to prosper here but not in Nigeria? So the argument is not because of the individual, it's because of the environment and the variable, the tools the individual is given. That's what we're arguing here. Religion has nothing to do with God, no matter the religion you're in. When you do the right thing, your religion is not what determines whether you can communicate with God or not. So when people are saying you try to talk to them, they said, oh, that means you don't love God. Christianity has nothing to do with God. God did not create it. If we want to talk about God, let's talk about God as a spiritual deity, spiritual entity. Christianity is not spiritualism, it's religion. That's the name they gave to it. And we must understand this as we continue to navigate this, because we've been drumming this. Some of us are not getting it. God has nothing to do with religion. Man created religion. And man is using it to dominate others as one of their weapons, their tools to dominate and control others. Just like you rightly said again, Mazi. After the colonizers came in and colonized us, they know they're not stupid, that they cannot stay in there and continue to rule us. They tried it in South Africa. Look at how it ended up. As a matter of time, the people are going to liberate themselves or want to liberate themselves. So what did they do? They are using these perfect tools, this organized religion, to hold us bound. You know what I found out, Mazi, after the death of Elizabeth? Do you know that, Mazi, this James Bible, King James Bible, listen to it, Mazi, you know, it's so unfortunate and amazing that these informations are playing in our plain sight, but some of us are not discerning them because of the way our mind has been messed up. The Bible is called King James Version, not St. James. So King James. King James is one of the ancestors of Elizabeth. He had the royalty on that. Anytime you buy a King James Bible, you are paying royalty to them. This is one of the ways they're making their money. So now, when King James died, he was transferred to the next person in line. Even this woman that died recently, Elizabeth, the royalty was going to her. The smart thing they did, that they refused to be changing the name because it may raise red flag. So he continued to be King James, but the royalty transferred from the next person. As Charles, go and Google what I'm just saying. So as Charles now have taken over from the mother, they have transferred that royalty to King Charles. So anytime, not only are they violating us, taking our natural resources, draining our minds, brain drain, our finest people are going over there because they make sure that our environment is not conducive and good enough for our brains to be developed, to be used to, compete with them. So they make us poor. They use all these so-called political leaders to subjugate us, bring poverty and everything. Everybody's running away to them. We are running away to them. When we come there, they make use of our brain, because when you Google some of these inventions, they are pioneered by blacks. Blacks, even though you may not hear their names, they are pioneered by them. even as small as something like potato chips, everybody's eating. Potato chips was invented by a black slave. He was a cook. He came out with the potato chips, but you never see their name attached to it. People can Google and see all the things. The first person that did the separation of conjoined twins was a black doctor. Heart surgery, black doctor. Blood transfusion, black doctor.
But they are in a white man country. The entity is theirs. The entity, the country is theirs. That's the thing.
Yes. So the black, this mask we are wearing was discovered by a black soldier who was involved in one of the, I think it was even the First World War, Second World War. He came out, okay, he discovered it, he used charcoal. That was the base thing they used, because you know charcoal is an absorbent. The same thing when you go to blood transfusion, it's charcoal that it cleans the blood. So what I'm trying to say is this: because they are controlling us, they're even controlling our own mind. And those whom, when we kick them out, they come to their place, they make use of us, and we don't get the royalty, we don't get the recognition. That's not even enough. They are using religion to keep us down, because once you buy into somebody's religion, it's a psychological thing. It's a mind thing. You own the individual's mind. It's an emotional part of the mind. Okay? So that's what they're using to hold us down. We are paying royalty to them. Every Sunday you contribute money, you send some to Rome, you send some to Canterbury, you send, you know, they are still exploiting us, yet we don't have money. They are ripping us everywhere, raping us in every way you can think about. We don't get it.
And
but that is what happens when you are.
Remember, it's their brain that gave them this thing. It's with their brain that they put all these things in place. That's it. Go on.
You know, so the victor takes it all. The victor takes it all. That's what is happening until we get there, and that is why we are trying to energize us. God will not come down from heaven. That's the argument I'm making, to come and fight for us. He has given us everything we need, just like our counterparts, the Westerners, to dominate others. Their Bible said it. Go ye and multiply and subdue the earth. It was not just said to the whites. If they believe their Bible, it's for all of us. So why will we fold our hands and be waiting? Then when I finish working, you know, developing something, go through the process, people die, invest in everything, and then I'll come and hand it over to you that easy? No. And then I'm going to allow you to rise up to my level to compete with me? No. That is why it's like the Western, they don't want to talk to us. So we must fight this fight until when they realize that they can't hold us anymore, they must let go. And let me say one thing, then I'll back off for now. Mazi, you see this interview Bill Clinton gave, and he referenced Biafra. It was intentional, very intentional. I'm going to tell you, and I'll tell you why. Having lived in this country for more than 20 years, participated in their politics, and watched, observed closely, their their president, whether it's ex or president, their president, their men or their lawmakers, they don't speak loosely, especially the president, whether it's ex or president, because they still have some information that are classified, only them have information access to. Okay? So for Bill Clinton to answer that or even go there, it was deliberate. He could have avoided it, he could have ignored it, but he chose to. He's telling me one thing. The pressure, international pressure, is on Britain. That message was for Britain when he said, people don't want to be held down anymore. They want to do their own thing. That's how I'm reading these tea leaves. The pressure is on Britain. That's why he released that word there. Because they're the ones holding us. They must release Mazi, and they know their chips are up. That's what I wanted to bring in, Mazi. For now, let's continue.
There were Wada. You know, when we talk about discussions of religion, some people, because of ignorance, they see it in another way. Like what you referenced about King James Bible. People don't know. Thank God that is now on social media. People can research. When you go and buy your Bible, King James Bible, the money, some percentage goes to the British monarch. Now King Charles. that's the reality. Because they have to get their kickback on their investment. They use Christianity, they invested on you using their Christianity. They must get their returns, just like Christian churches are doing. Won't you go to church? Won't you pay tithe? Won't you sow seed? Won't if the pastor or the Jew write book, he will indirectly you preach and force it on the congregation to buy, because once you buy it is a blessing. All these they are using all these things, as part of payback to get back the investments. That is the reality. So continuing on, empires. Let me continue. The reason empires may expand is so they can grow both physically, culturally, or both. When you talk about culturally, imagine how you feel if official language of you go to, for example, as an Igbo man, you go to another part of the world, maybe in Papua New Guinea, their language there is Igbo. It's being taught in school. How will you feel? How will you feel? Won't you feel on top of the world? You can only achieve this through conquest, nothing more. You conquer people, you suffer casualties, you inflict casualties, you conquer people and put your language as lingua franca. The same way European languages are number one in the whole world. English, Spanish, French, name them. Chinese is one of them, but it's concentrated, it's not spread around the world. It's now they are trying to teach Chinese. It's a long way. Conquest is a long way. So imagine how a British come as a tourist. He went to Zimbabwe. I saw that people are speaking English, learning English in school. He will feel on top of the world, and it's normal. He will feel that he's your demigod. That is normal. Because all these things, it wasn't an easy process. It took perseverance, discipline of a people in order to get all these things. That is what I'm trying to tell you. So when it comes to culture, culturally, it talks about religion also. Because religion is part of culture. Islam, it took it's an Arab culture also. It took many Arab cultures. Like when you hear Allah, I've said it the other day. Allah, it is what the pre-Islamic Arabs call their deities, their God, is Allah. So it didn't start with Islam. That is why when you see a Muslim, they are ignorant also. Many of them are ignorant. They say, Allah, you don't know that he's just Arab. The same way an Arab-speaking Christian, a Jew, calls God Allah. That is no difference. It's just a language. Do you understand? So, let me continue what I'm saying. From 336 to 323 BCE, before Christian era, Alexander of Macedonia, also known as Alexander the Great, not only conquered most of the known world, but he spread Greek culture from India to Egypt, from Egypt to India. Do you understand? That is the work of conquest. It's not easy. It's not easy thing. If you stay, you don't want problem, you stay alone, you become like that. You'll be absorbing. You'll be receiving. Look at people that doesn't like to conquer, like Igbo people. Are we not suffering it? Look at Yoruba. Let me tell you, Yoruba you see, Oduduwa Yoruba, all of them originally, they are not all Yorubas. But because of conquest, they subjugated and conquered them and put one language. At that early time, it might be hard, but it is now they are reaping the benefit. We now that we don't want problem all the time, we don't want let us stay alone. Oh, we feel life, we respect life. What are we seeing? we are always there. People want to come and conquer us, and we defensive upon everything. You see, you know, people still want to cajole us that we are this and that, because at the early time we are not conquerors by nature. Being conquerors means dominant, a dominant species. That is what the Fulanis are. Do you understand? Are they not on top of everybody in the Nigeria setting? So that is why people like Alexander the Great not only conquered most of the known world, he also spread Greek culture from Egypt to India. During the 2nd century before Christ, the Roman Empire conquered Macedonia and incorporated that kingdom and Greek culture into its empire. That is why when you go to Greek gods, you know, Greek, they have many gods. The Roman Empire incorporated it. That is why when you look at, you go and research about Greek gods, sometimes their gods are common. Greek and Roman god Apollo, Greek and Roman god Jupiter. Why? Because the Roman Empire, they conquered Greece and they saw the Greek culture and incorporated it into their empire. Do you understand? The same way Fulani conquered the Hausa, but they incorporated the Hausa language. You understand? As they now speak Hausa, it is how they manipulated. You understand me? You know, conquest, all these things, it goes with the brain, political brain. You know? Now, the spoils of war can be significant motivation for conquest. You know why I'm talking about conquest? Because religion, being imposed foreign religion, is also part of conquest. That is why I'm talking about this conquest. One's perceived right to rule, born to rule, not just desire, has also motivated history's ancient conquests. Alexander, that is Alexander the Great, believed himself to be the half-human son of God, Zeus. And he was thus entitled to his success. William led the Norman conquest in 1066. You understand? Because he believed he was the rightful heir to the English throne. Therefore, the born-to-rule mentality of the Fulani Caliphate is one of the main factors driving them to conquer every indigenous population in Nigeria. You know, in Nigeria, they are using this born-to-rule mentality as of the Fulani as a comedy. There are people that believe. You know, in Nigeria, there are people that own government now, and they are born to rule. Everybody will laugh. Quack, 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 quack. People, dead bodies that are laughing away their lives into oblivion. Sometimes I say, I don't know this type of people. I don't know. These are the main characters of, you know, or factors of conquest or conquerors. They believe that they have the right to rule. They have the right to rule you, and you must sit down. Remember when Pastor Bosun, go back to his exposition on Facebook, on YouTube. He said he was one of the confab, syndicates, or, you know, when he said during Goodluck Jonathan period, when they called the national conference, he was one of the people on religious issue. Now, when he mentioned, they talked about Islam, how Islam and in Nigerian constitution, they shouted him down, sit down. They don't even want, sit down. Others keep quiet. Others that are supposed to support him, in so-called the Southern Christians and Christians, everybody made on area keep quiet because they feel inferior. These people, for you to be a conqueror, you must have a dominant character. In our own, we dominate our own people. We have dominant character against our own people, as Uzodinma is doing, as our people are doing in generally. When it comes to our own people, their own people, they turn to tigers. But when they see their others, hey, when they see others, foreigners, they will, a dog. When a dog see a giant dog bigger than him, that he can bite, he can chop him raw. He will carry his tail and fold it inside his ass and keep quiet. That is how our people behave. But once they see against our own people, hey, they become tigers. Now I will kill you. You are Anambra man. How can you? I will make you. Do you know who I am? You are Imo man. You are from what? Hey, Chineke. But let them face foreigners. They will be the most gentle. Even if they are being cheated, they will accept it. Natural comes to happy like that. Inferiority complex. Okay. The born to rule mentality of the Fulani Caliphate is one of the main factors driving them to conquer every indigenous population in Nigeria. They are trying to use Islamization to Fulanize and conquer everyone. Though conquerors face overwhelming dangers for a chance to rule, but believe the reward outweighs the risk. Conquered people always adopt the mode of life, including religion, of their conquerors. We adopt Christianity and Islam in Africa today because the Arabs and Europeans conquered and colonized us at one time or the other. And you are defending the religion. You are defending it. The worst part of it is in our land is demonizing our own. Casting our own traditional religion as evil. It is evil. The only way to see God, you start quoting. You start quoting. Book of this say, book of that say. And they standardize God with the book of this, book of that, without religion. No religion.
Yeah, they call it the word of God. Oh, yeah, it may be the word of God, but that's not the only word God spoke.
There are many.
Every human being that speaks, when you open your mouth, you're speaking the word of God.
Of course.
Because God gave you the ability to speak.
Of course.
So it's not just the word of God. That's not only the word of God. That's what I'm trying to say. When our people, our own tradition, our own religion, we are speaking, they speak the word of God too. Okay? So because God manifests through every of his creation, you see the prana, which is the force of God, manifest. So because when they tell you talk, they say, oh, you're going against the word of God. What are you talking about? Bible is not just only word of God. The Quran is not only the word of God. Okay, they were inspired. Well, if I give you that, so were other people inspired. They speaking of the same God. The same God inspired them because he's outside his creation. He wants his creation to understand who he is, if there's anything like that. So he inspires people, reveals himself through their own. He created the earth. Let me go with the creation story. And made them not to be the same. Every location has things that are peculiar to them. That's how you develop your culture. He made them to speak these dialects. Ask yourself, how do we come to languages and dialects? People don't ask this question. How did they develop? It came from the mind, the brain. But how do you come to develop languages and words that you speak? Something inspired them, something motivated them to form this particular dialect you call their dialect or their language. It didn't just come from from anywhere. They were inspired. And then this particular group of people begin to understand themselves when they use these dialects and languages to communicate with themselves. They were inspired by this God. Which is, so he's trying to reveal himself by the inspiration he gave them so that they can understand him. Can we look at this word of God from this point of view? Because the whole world is not speaking one language. Even in Biafra land, we don't even speak one dialect. Even when you come as an Igbo person, we begin to vary. But people in that particular locality understand themselves because there is something that makes them to be unique about that. They were inspired to speak that way. For example, if you come to Igbo land now, somebody from Anambra might say, what do I use now? Ilini. From my side, we say Irinli. Ask yourself, why this variation? Even though we are all Igbos, something inspired these people to be using the word Ili, L, and for us to be saying Nri, even though we are communicating. Now, moving forward, this God inspired us in our own, in the way he wants us to understand him, reveal himself to us, to communicate with him, or to have an inclination or mindset how to reach him. And somebody is telling you it is wrong. It's not the real thing. You can only accept the way he revealed himself to somebody millions of miles away. That's the only way. That is the problem. Until people get to understand that if you believe there is a God who created everything, controls everything, for some reason, he did not make the whole universe to be the same when it comes to topography and everything, the forest, the land, the food, everything you see there. He made them differently and placed people there and inspired them to form up this thing you call languages or dialects. Because that's what he wants them to do. That's how he wants them to understand him. It's not a coincidence. So that is what we are trying to communicate with people here. I hope we all understand it, because the word of God is not just when it's spoken by a particular people. We all speaking the word of God because he inspired us, and that's what he wants us to do. And when you deviate from it, there's a problem, which is going to bring me to the argument I'm going to make now, because I started having this argument in my head since yesterday. Because Mazi, every time you're asked, you're saying this statement, which is a statement of fact. Why are people so silent, quiet, like dead people walking zombies? You'll be making that argument, like asking a rhetorical question. Yesterday I was thinking about it, and something came to my mind. It's a theory, whether it makes sense or not, I don't know. Because there's a school of thought. Let me leave it that way. So, our names have strong effect on our behavior. And again, I'm going to use the Bible again to cite it. This is something I've been working for many, many years. Let me take the Christians to the Bible again. When Yahweh had encounter with Abraham, according to the story of the Bible, Genesis chapter 12, Abraham's name was not Abraham, it was Abram. His wife's name was Sarai. And if you go to the root word, if you use your concordance to search for the meaning of that name, Abram, it means the great one. So he was already great, according to his name. Now, but something happened as they continued in their journey. According to the Bible, Yahweh told him, I am going to make you, they were having an argument. And Abraham said, I don't have a heir. I don't have a child of my own. And he said, okay, I am going to make you the father of many. Because of that, I'm going to change your name from Abram to Abraham. Your wife is going to be the mother of many. Because of that, her name will no longer be Sarah. It's going to be Sarah. We're talking about names here. You go to the story of Jacob. Jacob was named Jacob. And you go to the root word. Use your concordance again, even your Bible reference, to check it. It means two things. One, that holds somebody, the brother, on the heel. So if you begin to interpret it, that is a corny one. Because he was trying to pull his brother back as they were coming out as twins. He wanted to be the manipulator, to be the first one to come, if you read more into it. He was not usable. Because once he was born, look at all his life, tricky and all that. He wasn't usable to God because of his behavior. But the only time he became usable was his name was changed Israel. Ask yourself, what was his name changed to Israel? And you find the full understanding when you go, when he was dying. Something happened. Joseph, I'm not teaching spiritual, that's why I'm cutting it short, but people can go and check it. You can see that when Joseph, the Bible says Joseph brought his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim and Manasseh, brought them to his father Jacob while he was lying on the bed. He was blessing them or cutting them out. When he brought them, the Bible said by then he couldn't see anymore. He was blind, from old age. But when Joseph brought these two children, he placed the elderly one in the right hand of Joseph. Jacob, I meant to say, and the younger one in the left hand, because according to the Bible, spiritual things, blessings come from the right side of God or hand. Something happened. He said, but Jacob lifted himself from the bed and crossed his hand. He will tell you, he brought his children to Jacob, but Israel lifted himself and crossed his hand. The first time I got this understanding were many, many years I was still in church, and I brought it to the church I was going there. Jacob was lying down, but Israel crossed his hand because he was about to do something for God. He was about to bless. So he has to use his real spiritual name to effect that thing. I mean, it's scattered all over the Bible. Before Samson was born, God told the mother his name must be Samson because he's coming to do this for me. John the Baptist, the same thing. But let me go to where I'm going to land this argument. When the colonial masters came in, again, we tapped a little bit into it. Our culture is one of the cultures that recognize the four elements that control this physical earth. Air, earth, wind, fire, and land. Allah. It's not surprising that these forces, they use it to name our market days, our days. And when you do the calculation, 365 days, you just come short of 1 day to have a perfect calculation. If you use these 4 market days, which is 4 market, these forces that control us. And there's nothing you can do without invoking these 4 elements in this physical earth. You must use them, either one of them or 2 of them. Now, when these people came in, they began through their churches, through their religion, begin to change our names. Look at the people that are changing the names to. St. Joseph, St. Mark, all these people. We don't know them. We don't even know the spiritual quality, the energy that is embedded in them. That's a violation right there. Just like I invoked, there's a reason why we are placed where we are. And given the understanding and knowledge we have, the food we eat, all these things play roles in who we are, the people. Now you bring a name attached to them. That's a spiritual violation right there. Now they will begin to behave. Their mind is already messed up. What am I saying? I'm not going to go into detail because I'm not teaching this right now. Our names, to cap it up, our names has a great role in how we behave. We are answering foreign names. We don't even know the quality, the energies on them. Even in our own language, we said it. There is power in our names. Our names are the keys that open the potential inside to be expressed and used. So when you are just giving names because as it is Diana, so in Mark, so in John, you don't even understand the meaning. You don't even know the quality on them. Because in the olden days, before you give names, the parents will put thought into the names. Some of them were inspired to give the names. Some of them, it came from the story in their family. They didn't just pick name because it sounded good. They picked name because it had a deeper meaning to them, to that child, because that's what they want the child to become. But immediately you will take the child to church, and then things begin to go haywire, and we don't understand that. I thought I could bring them because we have to think deep. We are being messed up because of some of, if not all of, because of the names we are bearing. they are not in relationship, they are not in harmony with who we are potentially. Because these names were not inspired. They have no serious spiritual meaning to us. It doesn't mean the names are bad. That's not what I'm saying. But they are not in harmony because it was not given to us based on a deeper thought or a deeper spiritual understanding. It's just something that has been sold to. And then look at it, all these names, that's what most of us are bearing. Once you go through church, you have these names that most of us are bearing. So that might contribute to our behaviors today, because I strongly believe in what I'm telling you about how names can influence behavior. Your names determines how your mind operates. There's power in names. Mazi, I'm going to wait for now.
There were Mazi, and I will open our lines in no distant time. But let me also continue by saying this. We adopt Christianity and Islam in Africa today because the Arabs and the Europeans conquered and colonized us at one time or another. They demonize and convince us, forced us into demonizing and diminishing our indigenous religion, calling them paganism or animism. Animis, pagan. Whereas animism is the belief in innumerable spiritual beings concerned with human affairs and capable of helping or harming human interests. The belief that all natural phenomena, including human beings, animals, and plants, but also rocks, lakes, mountains, weather, and so on, share one vital quality, the soul or spirit that energizes them. Therefore, all religions believe in God or gods and other realms or dimensions or spiritual dimensions apart from this physical. All these are belief. These are belief. How then could you think that your own belief, which is never scientifically proven, is superior to others? This is why science is trying very hard to establish facts concerning these beliefs. No religion has the monopoly of God. Religion is the concept of man. You impose your belief or religion to others if you are powerful or more powerful, or if you are powerful enough, just as the more powerful Arabs and Europeans impose theirs to us. There is something like when you go deep into Igbo cosmology. This is a discussion I want people to also make more researches upon. You see, this Ekwensu, we never had any Satan in our language. Satan is something that came from Christianity, from Europeans. They call Satan, they call this. And now when they came, remember one time I talked about our Aro shrine, Aro Chukwu shrine, which the Europeans fear too much. They call it long juju. So all those things they fear, they find one way or the other to demonize them, to turn us into demonizing them. Remember what is happening today. The Nigerian military, what they now do, if they come to Biafra land, they look for our native doctors to do medicine for them, to try, because our Nigerian military, they use Awaziafa more than they do juju, because they believe they are seeing what is happening. Sometimes when they shoot our people, they will not tell it works. They don't touch them. They didn't get all these things through foreign religion. No. When something is hard, we remember our roots. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. So in this effect, according to our original cosmology, we believe that as we are in this world, human realm, human dimension, in this planet Earth, physical planet, people are moving around. You don't know who is who until somebody breaks the law. An armed robber, somebody can be an armed robber. somewhere. But other places, they don't know him. He will be building and giving people things. You know, he can even build a business so that people and get people employed. But they don't know that it's an armed robber. So, likewise in the spiritual dimension, in the land of the spirits, there is no side for bad demons as we are made to believe, and another side for God and good angels. No. They have rules and regulations. That is why even in the Bible, the same Bible, you know, we quote so that you understand. You take points from what is written there. While God and they were there, he said, and Lucifer came in the presence of God. If they have one side that is God and one side that is for the bad demons, they will not allow even Lucifer, who you call the Lucifer, the Satan, to come in the presence of God, which means they are in one dimension. Everyone has their own duties. It's just like electricity. You cannot produce a light, electric light, without joining positive and negative. It is impossible. Human being cannot form without bringing one cell of spermatozoa, male and female, positive and negative. That is like that. So they are in the same dimension, but is guided by the law. They have their laws. When it comes to that, is why in our Igbo cosmology we can use bad spirit, the spirit of thunder, to do something that is beneficial for us. If Yeshika, God of thunder, the spirit of thunder will go and do his job. The same way is in the Bible. Do you understand? When it comes to killing, when David committed a crime of sleeping, not only sleeping with Bathsheba, the wife of a soldier, Uriah in front, fighting. You understand? Now David sent for the man to be killed, and he was killed, sent to the hottest part of the fight. I mean the fight, the battle, and he was killed. Even, let me say something, please. I don't know, one thing leads to another. Do you know that Solomon, who is the wisest man, is the son born of that woman that the sin David committed with the woman, wife of another person? Do you know that?
Why him? Why not other people?
Why not other? He have many other wives and children. Why not other? But God chose this one for people to know and understand that it is not how you calculate God and call God that He is. You don't even know God. I'm telling you. That's why even these agnostics people, they believe in God, but they say that you cannot even describe God because you don't know how He works. You understand? So when David was accosted by a prophet, I think Nathan or something like that. Nathan to choose either 3 years of conquest. I've been either 3 months.
I think it was famine or something like that.
3 years of famine. Yes. Now 3 months of conquest by enemies, or 3 days of slaughter direct from God. David says it's better to fall into the hands of God than to fall into the hands
of my enemies.
Yes. So God sent the spirit of slaughter. The demon that is a killer is who God sent to do the job. Under 3 days, 72 hours, thousands and if not hundreds of thousands of Israelis were slaughtered. And when he want to continue, exceed the 3 days, God says stop. Because that spirit for you is a bad demon. It's not a bad demon. Each spirit is doing their job, specific job. That is why in our tradition, if we want to go to war, we invoke the spirit of Amadioha so that he will lead us. so that he will go and lead us to slaughter our enemies, because it's his job. If we want to, any spirit we want to, we bring him out, do what he wants us to do. Now he will go into job. But European religion made us to demonize everything. The way,
but Mazi, Mazi,
it's very
to add light into what you're saying, Mazi.
Yes.
Again, I can continue to say that these things are hiding in plain sight. According to the Bible, he said that Jesus, Christian Bible, he said Jesus Christ is resurrected and is sitting at the right hand of his Father, interceding on their behalf. There was a day I challenged a pastor when I was going to church. I said, then, okay, God has a right hand, he must have a left hand. Who is sitting on the left hand? The pastor started looking at me. I said, if Jesus is on the right hand, interceding on our behalf, somebody is sitting on the left hand.
Of course.
I said, okay, let me bring my argument clearer, sir. I said, listen, the Bible said that when God wants to bless, he raises his right hand, which is where Jesus is sitting. But when God wants to curse, he will raise his left hand. Who is he using? Is he not devil? Then I brought my argument to the pastor was looking at me and say, I'm crazy. I said, no, I'm not crazy. I'm just using your Bible to argue with you. I said, now let me give you. You remember, if you recall, I don't know, there was a place in, I think in 1 Samuel or so, when David was running, or 2 Samuel, when David was running away from his son Absalom, after Absalom overthrew him, okay? And there was this prophet, he was a prophet of God, the true God, according to the Bible, because every prediction he was given were coming to be, okay? Ahithophel was his name. So Ahithophel stayed behind as one of the prophet that David was consulting. He did not live with David, he stayed with Absalom. So now, Absalom was trying to go and pursue his father to kill him. And then, if he had gone, he would have killed David, because David was old then, so he was slow in moving. But then, God put it in his mind. He said, let me consult the prophet. Let him tell me whether do I pursue my father now and kill him or not. The Bible said that God had a council in heaven and said, which spirit, I'm bringing enlightenment to what you just said. Which spirit am I going to send to go and do this job for me? Every spirit will come up and say this, that. God said no. Until the Bible said the spirit of lies,
yes.
the spirit of lies,
yes,
rose up and said, send me. God said, I will send you.
Yes.
God put the spirit of lie into Ahithophel. That was how God did that fight. So when people, and then the word of, according to the Christian Bible, there's a place in New Testament where the Bible says, I think it's book of Corinthians, chapter 2 Corinthians, I meant to say. He said, when people speak, or the book of Jude, I meant to say. He said, when people speak, the book of Jude, they speak of things they don't understand. That even when Angel Michael wrestled Satan for the body of Moses, he couldn't curse him. He only used the word of God and said, it is written. And that was it. He did not kill him. He couldn't kill him because Satan immediately released the word to Angel Michael and said, it is written, thou shalt not kill. When people have that figurine where you have Angel Michael holding a spear to kill a snake. That's how it's depicted. He couldn't kill him because the serpent released the word and said, it is written, thou shalt not kill. And immediately said, Angel Michael replied to him, and used the word of God and told him that the blood of God, this written, like what he said, the blood of God be against you, or something like that. Immediately he left the body and ran away. So what you're saying is what I'm highlighting, that even the book of Job, what you're quoting, it was in spiritual dimension. God does not live on earth. Where he was having meeting with the sons of God, Satan came back. He said, where have you been? That was a normal conversation. God did not curse him. There was another place in the Bible where you see that they were having meeting with sons of God, and Satan disguised himself as a son of the good angels, was amidst them, but God fished him out and said, what are you doing here? He never cursed him. So when you hear people in the church, kill Satan, they're speaking of something they don't understand. If God wants Satan to die, he would have killed him. He would have killed him because he's doing a bid for him. Electricity, you gave an example. Even when you have in the house, you have the socket. The socket is called the female. That one you plug in is called the male. Because you need these two opposing features to have anything to be established in the physical realm. So I hope people do understand this thing we are saying. We are not making them up. They can research and find out this is true. They messed us up. When you come to America here, if you're not America, in Western world, you see somebody asking Mr. Stone, Mr. Wood, Mr. Bird, we are happy. But in their own, they changed that here because they have made us to believe that it's wrong. But they're answering them. Because when you call somebody, like what I was talking about name, there's a reason why your parents will call you Nwago or Nwadiocha. That's how you're going to behave. But everybody has been put this under this cocoon. We don't even understand the energy that is embedded on these names, whether they are in harmony with the personality. Is that why we are being so cold? We can't even react. I don't know, Mazi. I'm just going to rest here.
I'm telling you, Wada, these people, they dealt with us. They, you know, there is this film, is it something of Baghdad? I don't know, old film. Where one spirit, they capture one spirit and put him, cage it in a bottle. I've forgotten the name of that film. That is the way the Europeans did to us. They turn us into ignoramus parochial set of Homo sapiens, so that we think our thinking is narrowed down. We that have very big culture, vibrant, that should help us to even explode and develop in this planet Earth. They narrowed us down so that we start thinking in a narrow way. Oh, devil! Yes. No, Equence. No, it's devil. No, how do you know? The spirits, every spirit have their own job. If it is, just as you said, if it is the work of deception, there is a spirit of deception. He will go do the job. God will send him, go do the job of deception. He will go and deceive the person and come back. He have done the job. If it is a spirit of strike and killing, or he will go and do his job and kill and slaughter people. Do you understand? Remember how God slaughtered, even in the Bible, we quote the Bible, how God slaughtered the Israelites that sin. When they sin in the desert, they slaughtered them. Sometimes you open ground so that a human being will enter and born alive. And you are taking God as, they will take you the way, just like the letter of King Leopold to the missionaries in Africa. He told them that, look, these people, these Africans, don't tell them about God. They know God more than you. They are worshiping, they are spiritual more than you. So what we are doing is just to narrow their brain down so that they become, subjugated. We suppress them. We subjugate them into believing what we tell them. That is the only thing. So that we exploit them. Finish. That is when they now narrowing your brain, our brains down into believing, Jesus make this and that. All these it goes against, it is not the natural thing we believe. They made us start demonizing our own. That when you talk about our own religion, no, it is worshiping idol. It is a sin, worshiping demon. How do you know which demon? We have our natural ways. Demons, when you read the testament of Solomon, the wisdom of Solomon is God gave to him to manipulate demons to walk. Spirits.
You're talking about the Odyssey of Solomon?
Yes.
Yeah, I read it. Very powerful book.
Very powerful. These are things you cannot see. You cannot see it commonly. To manipulate the power, to manipulate, the spirits, to do something for you.
As Bodu and all that.
That is the wisdom Solomon had.
That's the wisdom they're talking about. It's not the physical wisdom.
Yes, we possess them in our local, our traditional religion, but Europeans, they know this. They destroyed our mentality into demonizing them. Now, all those spirits, they are out of, just like they become wild animals. White beast, you can no more. We are no more controlling. We don't have the capacity of controlling or doing things, working with them again. Now our land turned into rubbish. You understand? All these things is what we are bringing back our mentality. Because in the Bugondia, we go into a few minutes break. So that Umar, I don't know whether you want to make another statement before I open the lines, please.
I mean, you said it all, but again, we continue to cite the Bible. When God wanted to deal with the Israelites because of what they did in the wilderness, He sent serpents, to bite them. It was God, right? He used serpent. But you hear people talking about serpent like snake is a devil. Okay, it's not about the physical body you're looking about. It's about the spirit in that physical body, and there are people who are doing it. That is why in some cultures, in some tribes, like community, like my community, we don't kill AK, not AK1 or here, the other AK. It doesn't mean that the AK itself is a spirit. But there's a particular spirit when it wants to move. That is the body. That is the particular medium through which it can be channeled to go and deliver that job. The AK itself is not the spirit. That's what people are not understanding. People look at it that the animal, no, it's the spirit inside that particular entity. But each spirit has a particular entity that you can channel them to move to use their job. Again, let me take them to the Noah's episode. According to the Bible, when after the flood, according to the Bible, there was a raven that Noah was sending out to go and find out the level of water. And he channeled that raven to go and do something. It's the spirit that he put into that raven, because not every raven you can just send out to go and do something. You do it. How did he understand it? How did the raven even understand what Noah was telling him? So everything created, whether it is animate or inanimate, there's a medium. They are all medium, but you just have to be able to, and that's part of the wisdom of Solomon. Be able to understand which medium this spirit can move through and function. Our ancestors did that.
They did that. Europeans came and destroyed everything, turn us against ourselves.
There was a comment I made. I think it was according to their last program. I said, all these people that are telling me the Fulanis are in our bush. If it was in those days, those who know the act, all they would have done is to send some bees. You don't even need any gun. Our people were doing it before. They said that's how they do it. So, but they have what they did was they just handicapped us, made us to live what we knew. And again, you ask yourself, how did our people get this knowledge? Didn't their Bible say that every knowledge, every power, everything comes from God? So God gave us the knowledge. I'm taking it again to their Bible. All knowledge, all wisdom, everything belongs to God. So if our people have this knowledge, it's God that inspired them. I never heard that devil has knowledge. Because even the knowledge, the devil, according to their story again, in the Old Testament, the story between Elijah and the prophet of Baal. Okay? I've shared that story. Those prophets were not stupid, the prophet of Baal, to believe in Baal. Baal, there has to be something Baal was doing for them. But what happened was that particular day, they couldn't move because God did not give that spirit authority to go, because it was a contest. If you want to look at it from that point of view of the story of the Bible. So when Elijah called God, God answered him just to humiliate the other ones. Because he said, devil cannot even move, cannot function according to the Bible, cannot do anything without the authority of Godhead. And I'm going to stop with this last statement. According to the Bible, they call Yeshua, whom they call Jesus Christ, the head of all deities. They say in him are all the complete deity of God. What is a deity? People don't ask questions. We're talking about deities here. In him is all the deity of God complete. He's the head of all principalities and powers. Jesus Christ is the head of all, according to the Bible, principalities and powers. Then you go to church, you are asking God to kill principalities and powers. When you already acknowledge that his son, according to your story, his manifestation, according to your story, the God on earth, according to your story, is the head of all these principalities and powers. So you're telling him to kill his children he's using. Is that what you're saying? So that's the oxymoron in this religion, some of this religion they are preaching. Jesus Christ, according to people, is the head of all principalities and powers. They can't move without his instructions. And yet you go to church every day, say, kill principalities and powers. Why is he going to do that? That's a question they must answer. Okay, Mazi, you can go ahead and open the line.
Even we remember when Christ, when he pursued, according to the Bible story, pursued a demon. They told him, please, leave us, we know you, leave us, send us to the swine. He sent them.
The story of the legion. Yeah.
Yes, he sent them to the swine, to the pigs, and they entered into the pigs. So he didn't kill them. Say, no, how can you kill a spirit? So all these things, they walk hand in hand. Just like in this world, everybody have what he's doing. That is the thing. Everybody has what he's doing. The military, for example, let me ask this question. An executioner, is he a bad person? What? You know, people that are sentenced to death is somebody that work for government that kill them either through lethal injection or in Saudi Arabia through knife. He cut off your head. Can you say that person is a bad person? He's working for authority. So that is how all these spirits, you call demons, kill this and that, kill, fire, burn them. No. You that have been shouting, look at Nigeria burning fire, demons. How is the life in Nigeria? How is it? The demons, are they burning?
No.
They are totally in a bottle.
Even the story of that legion, when Yeshua sent the spirits into the swine, they ran into the river. Mazi, if anybody pays attention, you find out that the swines were what perished, not the spirits. They didn't perish. He still killed them. It was the poor swine that suffered.
That's it.
Yeah, they perished at the swine. Because if you follow that story, somebody asked Yeshua, so what happens to this individual that you have released all these spirits from him? He said, if this man, these spirits will be coming back to be checking the house. He used the house like an example, checking his mind to see if it's open. If this man does not put the right spirit in him, when one of them come back and see that, oh, this mind is still empty, spiritual mind is still empty, nothing has occupied it, he will go and bring even 7 that are more stronger than him. So in that story telling you, even though I put the spirits in the wine, in the swine, the spirit did not die. It was the poor swine that perished because they are still roaming everywhere. He told them they'll be roaming everywhere looking for a new home to go. So you can't kill spirit. That is why what is happening in Nigeria, they can beat their hair from now till tomorrow. It's not going to solve the problem. The question you ask yourself, is it even God that instituted this thing? Because I ask myself, why is it even people like Uzodimba? Anybody who put in power, or they put in power, they start working against us. Is it not the orchestration of God to put pressure on us so that we can ask for liberation? Because if these people, the so-called elite, political elites we have, if they are doing the right thing, nobody will ask him for the separation, for the restoration of Biafra. We have to, sometimes I think that way. Is it not, are we sure that it's not God that is orchestrating this thing so that Biafra must come? Putting all these crazy idiots so that they continue to do their foolishness, not knowing that what they are doing is bringing Biafra closer and faster. Is it not the work of God? Is it that God, the blood of the innocent people shedded, have been asking God for revenge, for vengeance? The question becomes, how is God going to ask for this, fight this vengeance to come, bring wholeness to Biafra? It's only when you have bad leaders, people who don't care, will make us to react the way we are reacting. If also even this Oludona, he comes in, everything is fine. He's doing according to what we expect him to do, even though I know he won't do that because the oath he took was under Nigerian government. But if you have these people doing the same thing, nobody will be talking about referendum. Nobody will want to go. In fact, people will leave Mazi or Hamadike. They say, what are you talking about? We are comfortable. But the more they are praying, the more God is allowing the crazy people to come up because God is trying to accomplish something so that we'll continue to feel the heat and continue to rise up. And that is why the 23 election, nothing good is going to come out of, because in the spiritual realm, like I said last time, and I'm not boasting about it, I'm not joking, Biafra is already born. So it must manifest. The spiritual takes effect before the physical. Biafra has already come. So everything that is happening now is continue to push that thing to manifest in the physical realm. Mazi, I'm going to rest here. I don't want to go beyond what I want to say.
There, well, let me go. We go into a few minutes break so that we open the lines, please. If we continue expanding it, it will be more and more.
No, that's what I said.
Yes, please don't go away. I will go into a few minutes breaks so that when we come back, we will continue and open the lines, please. Don't go away, please.
Early, they said Christians are the lambs of God. And I know sheep are very stupid animals. So I wanted to be a goat. I realized goats were very intelligent and sheep were not. I said to my friends, the Bible was written by a liar like me. That's why I don't believe in it. Wow. And they went to report to the teacher. I fear religion more than anything in this world. When you veer away from religion, people think it's because you are not interested in God. But it's the opposite. Religion comes between you and God. I don't want there to be anything between me and God. I want to have a direct relationship with God. All religions say there is only one God. Whether it is true or not, it means Christians and Muslims, even when they are fighting, they are worshipping the same God because they both believe there is one God. So religion is what creates the conflict between human beings. God unites us, but religion divides us. So I like the God without the religion. You know, in Ghana, I see 3-year-old children, they can recite A, B, C, D up to Z. But actually, what does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. So we should teach young children how to play, to interact with other children, to improve their social skills. So our obsession with teaching children 1 to 100 when they are 2 years old, it's not healthy for our children. Our education system has done us more harm than good. So far, the primary purpose of our educational system so far has been to separate us from our inherent identity. First of all, you are not taught in your own language. If you go to church, they preach to you in your own language. The only book that has ever been translated into our languages is the Bible. But what they pretend to be teaching us, they never translated into our languages. So we never understood it. So the primary purpose of education is to indoctrinate you with religion. There is no school in Ghana where religion is not compulsory. Primary purpose of education, as it was brought to us, was to teach us religion. That is why they translated the religion into our language, but they didn't translate anything else into our language. That means they are not actually interested in us learning anything other than religion. Our entire system of education is based on the British model. The British were not interested in making us better people. Otherwise, they would not have colonized us. Colonizing somebody is not about helping them, it's about helping yourself.
You already had your reservations.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Our lines are now open. Our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view, but remember the topic of our submission goes religion and God. And we ask, does any religion has the monopoly of God, or is there any superior religion to others? we must continue. I have a first caller already waiting. Do not also, shy away, or do not hesitate to ask questions. If you may, please. If we can, we answer. Or people calling can also pick up and answer the questions, because we learn from each other. It is a symbiosis. We learn from each other. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? You are the first caller.
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. A very good evening to you,
Mazi, please hold on. You are not coming out clear. Mazi, go on, please.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's okay. It's better now. Go on.
Okay, good evening, Mazi. Good evening, my sister. All hail Biafra. Mazi, the topic of today is amazing. I was rushing. I was not at home. I was rushing out to meet up with the program. I never miss this program every Saturdays. Thank you so much for this. I'm jumping into this topic. I know that some people don't know a certain King Mesha of 2 Kings 3:26 to 27. Do you know what this king did?
Repeat what you say, King. Please repeat, because your voice went inside. It's from my...
Okay.
Go on. Just one...
Yeah, I said there's this certain king. Okay. His name is King Mesha of Moab. 2 Kings 3, chapter 3, verse 26 to 7. What did this man do? He sacrificed his first son on the wall of the city to their spiritual entity they call Chemosh, because the Israelites, Edom, and another country were fighting him alone. Now, after he sacrificed his first son that would take over the kingship from him, a certain indignation, hatred happened against the people that were fighting him. It was like an abomination before those ones, and they left. That was how he won the war. Now, the Israelites were worshiping Jehovah in the Old Testament. The Moab king was worshiping Chemosh. Now, why was his prayer or his sacrifice answered? This is to show that each culture, each people, each tribe, they have their own spiritual entity that they connect with. Let's come to Europe. We have a certain deity they call Zeus. If you Zeus in Greece, then the Latin Dios. Now, the Catholic Church calls the God in their in Christianity, as they refer to him also as Dios. Now, the name Dios is more or less God that they worship to. Now, the Catholic Church had to make sure that, okay, fine, we have a Dios. They had to give him a son. Because in Europe then, they worship multi spiritual entities. They had to create something out of the Jewish religion to satisfy their own religious and cultural belief. This is the same Zeus that often appears as a grown man with a gray beard and long curly gray hair. Mazi, the reason why I'm saying this is because in the Catholic Church they have this picture of a certain elderly person that has white beards, and they say this is God, and Jesus with beard sitting on his right hand, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, who is also the mother of God, sitting with them. Now, Catholics, they pray through Mary to Jesus, to God. Just like in our Igbo religion, we have Chukwu Okike, who is our spiritual entity, who our people can reach him through either Amadioha, through Ezewine. They can reach him through any means, in as much they do the dictates according to him. Mazi, do you know that in Christianity, I ask questions. Now, Mary, the wife of Joseph, they were married, but a certain spirit came and slept with her, and she gave birth. Do you know that, Mazi, there was a movie I watched about Zeus. In that movie, he flew down as a bird, and he had sex with a woman, and the woman gave birth to a godlike son. I now added the 1 + 1 together. I said, oh, I understand where the story about how the spirit slept with Mary. I now got a clearer picture. Mazi, you know one thing about us, Igbo especially, we have forgotten that we fought the British for 31 years. Mazi, it wasn't a physical fight, it was spiritual. We have the heroes that fought that war against the British. These people should be canonized as our saints. Like for me, I have my own great grandfather that fought in that war. I have started to venerate him as my own saint. Mazi, do you know what? I tried something one day. I said, okay, I want to have a connection with Ezewine. Do you know what I did? I went to a river, I spoke. I had a connection with her, and she came. We spoke together. That is what we call to have an enlightened mind, to understand that around each one of us, we have our deity surrounding us just for us to communicate with it. Now, it is, yeah, I will do so. Like Mazi, I think as Igbos that we are, there's one thing I want us to do. It is time we start making cartoons for our children, to start watching about our deities, our heroes. Do you know that Thor, Thor, is and was one of the entities that they worship in Europe? But when I was young, I used to read his comic, I used to watch his cartoon. It was when I grew up that I, studied history about everything, that I got to know that Thor was the one that they named Thursday after. Each of the days in a week is named after a certain deity in Europe. Likewise, the months. Mazi, and I would also like us to, a book like the Bible should be written to counter the Igbo Quran that these people just translated. It is time we start to make our own Biafran religion known, and for our Ikumeku warriors to become saints.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
There will go on, please.
Thank you from here. Your loved brother Mazi Chinedu. I hope I'm coming out clear.
You are coming out clear. Mazi, your voice have changed though before. Now it's more coerced than before. Go on, please.
Okay, but you are hearing me now.
Yeah. Your voice is coming out. Go on, please. Go on.
Okay. Thank you so much in this lecture. I can say that today is the first day in our life. The person that said that today is the first day, this issue of religion is the main problem that we are having in the world now. Because these people that they have such a basic thing in our life. But even to the extent that how we are all this now, I can say that this division of the thing contributed 90% to it. Because the essence I say that they contributed 90%. That these people, they black, they covered so much, really. Because the essence I'm still saying it is that one, if you just come to this religion, it is because of this religion that the people that just all everything about our identity. They just deny everything about our identity because our forefathers, these people they really feel us. But thank God that this Biafra people have now been and our people have not started doing what they're supposed to know. For during that time, they just said our forefathers that this is like you are worshiping idols, and they just collected it from them and used it to go to their place and start making money and start making many things, and now give our people another thing, and our people start worshiping idols, and then allowing them to start their mind and knowing that they are worshiping without knowing that this will have just wiped them, and they take everything about us. To make sure that they keep on marginalizing us and suppressing us because they have taken our power. They have taken that thing. That's our forefather God. That thing that they want, that thing that made them what they are. Just kill of the family. Okay, look at the story that our star just narrated about the same person. This night. Do you know that if you go, they will usually say that I can say that from that James version, they say that James version is the nearest scripture to the Israel which is Torah. And that they are now telling that James version has over no less than thousands of errors. And now they are now being praying, hey, this is Pumba. Just eating on top of us. And our people don't even know it. What everybody say that tomorrow now, we say that everybody, all of us are now jumping up. If you don't go to church, that means they see as an idol worshiper. And even if you go to the place, then the first thing is not happening. But you know, in the same time that God has just done everything. It's high time that we have to understand ourselves. In olden days, if you drop your things in outside, even if you take 4 days, you come back and pick it. But it's no longer now. Everybody just is now things. And things have turned us all of us that all of us are back to even don't even know our left and right any longer. Okay, we announce it. And that, you know the thing, something is not happening. They're now going back to that origin. That is how to watch people. That is how to watch people in a way that people make this thing that you are doing now is not how it's supposed to be. In olden days, you cannot see somebody who use charm. You will see a reverend, you will see a catechist. Catechist will go and poison the reverend father inside the church. You will see a pastor. He will just do all sorts of things to just do his foundation, provided that he will have members. And everything you are just jumping up that you are working for. But let me just summarize on here so that other people can complete. But thank you so much. We need this type of religious program. How we start number so that our people can even start to be like it, and so that our people can even come back. So this they nearly kill us. But thank God that we have retained our promise, have retained ourselves. So thank you so much. And let me just right there. Thank you so much. I love it and just keeping us and keeping us. All the guys to Nnamdi Kanu, the great fan of our time. He is the one who made us what we have to do, and he knew that wherever he is, But the great prayer is in our own time, and we must spend our freedom in the same time.
Remain blessed, Mazi. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Yes, go on, please. Call on WhatsApp. Go on. Go on, Mazi. Call on WhatsApp. Go on.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Wada.
Thank you.
Sometimes
God bless. Thank you.
We forget where we are, for the wonderful program about the religions and what religion have done to Africa. Mazi, you people have taught it all the way from the time the missionary come, during the time even one of you, is it Wada or Mazi Jonathan, thought about the message of the Leopold. Don't go and try to preach to them spirituality, because they know it already. Even during the time Ezenri, when the missionary they meet Ezenri, they want to come and preach to him. Ezenri asked them, do they know what they're talking about? They know God or they know spirituality? We know. Mazi, did you know when I come to Europe newly? Those days when we were in Moscow, we were in school. The fourth day, I asked again, did you know God? The guy said, what God? To God blood. Yeah, even his name. Who is God? He don't know the person. Don't know. He looked. That time it looked to me strange, come to I was eager to get to where there is church. That time they don't go to church. It was during our staying in Moscow, this Vladimir Putin confirmed, because that time Russia don't have religion. After their revolution, this Orthodox church is today. Russia, they bomb it down. That time they don't go to church. But later on, there is state church, Orthodox. It's different. Do you know that Pope have never visited Moscow before? The president that met Pope was yes, and it was in Cuba. So religion of a thing is something they usually chop Africa, cocoa, and the worst thing they tell us to leave our own, condemn our own. That is the worst thing that happened to us. Mazi, do you know now? How can your religion tell you to condemn your old, your father? I don't see how that thing go well. I never do that kind of. I never do that.
Or you call your brother and sister an unbeliever. They are unbelievers. That is the worst thing that happened to us.
Mazi, let me ask you this. Do you know Osu? Do you know the first people that start converting people Osu? Calling people Osu? It was in the church, Ndoka. They converted people to Osu. This Christianity you see, there's a lot to open on it. I am not against any Christianity. There is a lot of Christianity. There is a lot of religion. Mazi, do you know how many religion that at least there is 15 world known religion, not only Islam and the Christianity.
Mazi, according to records, there are more than over 10,000 religions in the world. Over 10,000 different religions.
Okay, and each one in Hindu. This Hindu you hear. Do you know how many gods they have in India? In Hindu, more than 3 million gods. Before you come and say your own is the best, think word. Other people, their own answer in their own way. Let me leave it here. Religion is where they mess Africa up, and they gave them the fake one.
There were.
Bless every one of you.
There were.
Almost hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. What we are doing, we poke people into making more researches. Common sense. You know, this thing is not easy. For you to turn around and start going, thinking, you know, putting leg where they told you that he said, hey, if you go there, you will die. Don't, hey, you want to curse God, you want to insult God, as if God is caged in Christianity or Islam. You know, caller on or callers on WhatsApp and Signal. Hold on, caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line.
Yes, Dr. Mazi Jonathan.
There were Mazi.
Mazi, thank you, my professor. Dr. Mazi Jonathan, the best thing that ever happened to us in this our generation, in this our time, is Radio Biafra and our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And you, Mazi Jonathan, and Maria D. Heather is our lady, our mother. Continue to protect you.
Amen.
Continue to guide you and give you more wisdom. Mazi Jonathan, my name is Michael Israel. And I'm calling you from the holy land of Biafra, the land of Chukwukika. That land that Britain and the Fulani, with the useless, corrupt politicians, those idiots, because they are not even politicians. If they are politicians, they will knock Fulani off. But they are useless, very useless. Will I say useless? They are idiotic and very, very primitive. At my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, any man, any woman born by a woman is dead for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Even if it's me or my own generation or my own father or my own mother, let it follow the generation of that personality, of that human being. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is just fighting for the freedom of his own people. He has not called for any war. So anybody calling war on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I swear to you, and I swear to Chukwukika Abiyama, war shall befall your generation. Go and mark this word. If you are a saboteur, go and mark it. Mazi Jonathan, we are here and I am listening to your gospel every day. Radio Biafra is where I worship. I don't have any other place of my own worship. Radio Biafra is where I worship. Radio Biafra is I call it my kindergarten, my primary, my university is Radio Biafra. I don't have any other place because we are here. They think that we will back down for this freedom, for this fight, but we are not going to back down because we know at the rightful time our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released and Biafra will regain its freedom. Mazi Jonathan, you know this topic, I listen to it every day. Somebody may say, but we are not hearing his voice. Are you sure he has not joined that obituary obedience? How can I join obituary? How can I join the useless obedience who has come to destroy our people? The person who he is one of the person that hit our leader in that zoological useless gunshot. So why would I become obituary overnight? That means what I learned from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi, even if it's just a second that I listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu live on radio on my memory. I want the Janjaweed and the enemy, the saboteur, I want them to get this. It's only those who don't know where they are going, who the spirit of Biafra. Some people, they may be shouting Biafra, but they don't know what we are talking of. And the man, before I drop, some people, like our leader said, I don't know how to explain this. Some people, they think that we are here to joke. We are not here to joke. We are here to restore our freedom. We are here to regain our freedom that the British took from us. Because these people, what you are preaching tonight, anything, I don't have anything to argue anything. That is just our problem. And we will continue to hit it. Because when you talk of Nigerians, physiological Nigerians, those that call themselves Nigerians, Mazi, like as you said, they are dead bodies. Mazi, a dead body, even when you pour a hot water, carry hot water and pour a dead body, you know that dead body will still rise out there because it's a dead body. So, Mazi Jonathan, you are right, Nigerians are dead bodies. And continue to remain resolute until we get our freedom. Mazi Jonathan, may Chukwu continue to keep you and bless you. And protect everybody who is fighting seriously, fighting with their whole heart to restore this freedom. Mazi, thank you.
Thank
you, Martinez.
Thank you. Remain blessed too. Please let me also pick this call, direct line, please. As caller on direct line, can you hear me?
Yes, Jonathan, good evening.
Welcome to the program.
Okay, Jonathan, I'm from, my name is Mwada Nkechinyere Kamma. I'm from Enugu State. I'm calling from Lagos. Lagos is in Yoruba Nation. Mazi Jonathan, in 1994, I was in primary school when I received the so-called Jesus Christ. Now, I want to preach to one woman, and that woman asked me, who is your father? That he knows my father. My father was a traditionalist. And why did I come to preach to her? I said, and the topic of that year was for the evangelism was, for God so loved the world that he gave the only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him shall have eternal life. And when I was preaching to the woman asked me that when she received this so-called Jesus Christ, that he married and he has 6 children, and he was requested to worship one idol, to be the goddess of that war, and she refused, and she gave birth to 6 children, and all of them died until she accepted to be the goddess of that deity. And now that is how she gave birth to 6 children, 1 woman and 6 men. That is 1 woman and 6 men. 1 woman and 5 men, and all of them were alive. What am I trying to say? Now, when she was worshiping the God that European brought to us, she was giving birth and all of them were dying until she accepted to worship the God that the Biafran people are worshiping. Last year, I traveled December. There was a woman, a young woman, she has 4 children. And she was called to be a goddess of our land. And she refused. For many years, do you know that the woman husband asked her that let her help her and do that and do the ceremony. She said no, that she is a charismatic member. She has accepted Jesus as her personal Lord and Savior. This woman refused to accept what the God asked her to do. Do you know that deity killed the husband? The deity killed the mother of that woman. And the deity killed all the people that is asking her, let them help her to do this thing. She refused. Do you know that after all of them have died, this woman became a mad woman? And when she became that mad woman, she started dressing in a way that she's supposed to dress when if she has been the goddess of that god. Now that's what we call the yo-yo in our place. You wear it in your leg, and when you are moving, the thing will be giving sound that you are coming, you are a goddess of a god. Now this woman started wearing that thing, and she became the dread, because if she accepted to worship that god, she is supposed to have dread. That is Dada. But because she refused to worship that thing, she became a mad woman, and she started having that dread, that Dada on her head. So to extent this thick one, the thick Dada, at a point, so if she was moving out, but when she came to our place this year, January, when I traveled, and I saw her, you know, my mother tried to give her food. If she asked you that she wants to eat in your house, if you give her, she will select, she will collect. If she did not ask you, if you give her, she will not accept. So I started pitying that woman. Do you know that I traveled again in February? I asked of that woman, her name is Gloria, and they told me that woman is late. What happened? They said a group of people came at night. They saw the power in that dread that woman was carrying. They saw the God, what that woman supposed to be. That woman supposed to be a savior to some people in our village, but she refused because she accepted that Jesus Christ. Do you know that they said some people came at night to barb that dread, and they took the dread away. After carrying the dread, she said after 3 days she died, leaving the 4 children. That 4 children is fatherless and motherless. Now, right now, I'm telling you, in our village, what am I trying to say? This God that European brought to us, he has done a lot of harm to us. As I'm talking to you, my father, we have 24 children that my father has. And my father was, my father is a traditionalist. That is, my father is Donyomenala. My father was, the same time, herbalist. My father cures gonorrhea. My father cures syphilis. My father cures different type of sickness. My father gives drugs and makes herbs for those looking for children. What happened? None of us. My father died February 22, 1992. I was still in primary school when my father died. Do you know that after 20-something children that my father had, my father was the only son. Nobody, I'm telling you, nobody knows that thing. Because all of us, we believe that my father was at the wrong track. My father was not worshiping the main God. My father was worshiping an idol. Now, none of us put mind, even the men, they did not put any mind in what my father was doing. My father was calling some of them. My own immediate elder brother was close to my father, but because he wanted to be a reverend father, nobody was interested in what my father was doing. If you come to my place, you will see some men from different parts of this country coming to my father for him to give them the medicine, the herb for the gonorrhea and every other thing. Do you know that all of us left because we find out that my father was not doing the real thing? At the end of everything, my father died with that all those things that he was doing, the herbs and everybody. Nobody in my family knows how to do all those things because we follow the European God. We saw Jesus Christ. We receive him as our personal Lord and Savior. And now many things is happening in our place. Nobody, if you come to those children, some of them are moving the other way around because as some are going to church, some are not going to church. Come and see the bishop. Because this one is not going to church is the problem of the other one going to church. The other one going to church is the problem of the other one not going to church. That is the divide and rule that the European brought to us. But I'm very, very happy and I'm glad for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I said I joined Radio Biafra. I joined Biafra struggle last year, and a lot of things that I've learned last year, I say towards last year, and I've learned a lot from Radio Biafra. Anybody listening to Radio Biafra and you're not learning anything and you have not learned anything, that person don't know what he or she is doing. So I thank the Radio Biafra, I thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Good Jonathan, Chinedu, and Chinedu Anije, and all the good Anije, Rome, Banga, restore Biafra. Chike, those Machina Saworo, all of us that food Biafra. In the name of Chuko Kadam, I pray.
He said, there were. Almost
Biafra. Mazi, let me say, Mazi, if I can say this quickly to that, my sister, if she's listening.
No,
I want her to know that the spirit did not leave. That spirit that was in her father never left. What is happening now that because nobody picked it up, is still there. Two things are going to happen. Either this generation or somewhere along is going to try to express itself again. And when they don't acknowledge it, that's when it might. And because this time when it's going to come out, it's going to express very strongly. Because, you know, they have neglected it for some time. And another thing is that if she pays attention, the children, that is the grandchildren of this man, that is, you know, most of them are going to be into like medicine, in a field of medicine, because they have taken the word of the white man. Either they are nurses or doctors, but you see, or pharmacists, you see a lot of them because the spirit of healing is there. It can never leave. Or some of them might go into pastoralship, you know, to be pastors. It's still that spirit trying to express itself. But along the line, it's going to come very strong this time because it must express its way through that traditional medicine. That's what I wanted to tell her. So let her not lose hope. It's there.
There were. This is how they destroy our families. This is how they destroy us. Something, imagine, is you know, somebody with this natural gift of using herbs to cure different ailments. And you know, the children and the family members will say, no, he's on a Pharisee. And they abandon this. Imagine if there is no interruption by the British in our lives. All these things will be developed in our own way, just like the Japanese. And today, you know, we'll be reaping the result, the good results. But they twisted our brains to abandon everything that concerns. They say, no, it's idol worshiping. Hi, on your side, I have this program. You are lying. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, my brother. I hope I'm coming out clearly.
You are. The whole world is hearing you. Please go on.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan, and thank you to our sister Miriam with you. And good evening, Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name is Ifan Chukwumadabuchi, and I'm calling you from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Mazi Jonathan, please, I claim your indulgence. I need to make some announcements first.
Go on.
So that when you say that my time is due, I wouldn't regret not making the announcement. You know, you have what is called a prime time in America. You know, if you get what I mean. So my advertisement will get to those who are listening. Yes, the indigenous people of Biafra in the Netherlands are calling all Biafrans and lovers of freedom in the Netherlands to join us in our ESN fundraising, which will be coming on 15th of October. That is the next month. It will be on the 15th. It will start at 3 p.m. That is 3 o'clock Central European Time. And venue is Charity House by Madreft 1239. That is the by Madreft. 1239. That's the address. The postcode is 1103 TX. That is 1103 TX. Amsterdam, for those with a sat nav. And if you are coming with a public transport, stop at Ganzenhof Metro Station. Ganzenhof Metro Station. If you want more information or direction, please call 31-687-902075. And I repeat, 687 902075. The next number is 31 644 849174. And I repeat, 31 644 849174. Please come and support our gallant men who are guarding our motherland. Thank you, my brother, for this chance to make this announcement. The question is, has any religion monopoly of God or to God? The answer is capital no. You see, foreign religions, especially, are means of or weapons of control. If you believe that only your religious sect or your religion group will be saved according to the religious balance, you are naive. The Igbo and the Biafran religions altogether are mainly spiritualism and worship of the great God, our Creator, and the interaction with Him, rather than control mechanism. So we have to look at countries like Japan. We cannot fail to give instance with Japan. And now China has come up, India, Korea, and our siblings in the Middle East, Israel. These are not Christian, mainly Christian countries. You have converts there, of course, in those countries, but they are mainly other religions. And you have United Arab Emirates, and you have Saudi Arabia, etc. And if anybody tells you that those people with other religions will all go to hell, say sorry to that person, because we are children of the same Creator. So, but what we have to stress about Biafra and this program you are doing, Jonathan, so that people don't misunderstand, there will be freedom of worship in Biafra. Christians will be free to worship. Ordinary people will be free, that traditional religion will be free to worship. Judaism will be free to worship, or Jewish adherents will be free to worship. Muslims will be free to worship. Those who don't believe, agnostic and atheists, will be free. But all will be subject to the regulation of the government of the Republic of Biafra. This is essential. Look at Kagame of Rwanda. He has closed more than 6,000 churches and mosques, and he's still busy closing them because he has known that it's a tool to condition people, dominate them, and enslave them. So we must not make a mistake about this. So my brother, I want to touch what you did. You spoke about when you started that Uzodema, the Sarkin Fulani in Imo State want to compensate anybody. You see, this man destroyed a market, and our sister alluded to it. A K market is a very big deity in our place. It is linked to the Creator. It's the day of creation. There are things, like she said, or like you said, that you don't do on that day. A K is a big, it's a God's day. And this man destroyed that AK, and him and his generation and everybody that was involved in that plan will reap what they sowed. They've sown whirlwind, and they will reap it. They will reap whirlwind. And before I go, I wonder why our people in Biafra land, you have this Uzodimma, the Sarkin Fulani in Imo State, you had Obiano, now in Soludo, Omahi, Wike. They are doing their very level best to kill our people in order to impress the Fulanis. Now, the Fulani terrorists are living in the bushes of the north, wreaking havoc in the north, but the northern governors are hobnobbing with them, trying to cajole them to lay down their weapons, to get them employed, even in the custom and police and armed forces, just to get them. If they are doing what they are doing because of unemployment or poverty, they are trying to give them light. So our own governors are specialized to kill our people, time them terrorists, time them bandits, time them criminals. So this became Imo-State is killing our people. Obiano have killed and left, and now these people, our people are being killed by the Soludo government. If they are criminals, why not try to arrest them and then punish them or rehabilitate them? And if you're killing our people who are in the bushes to safeguard our land will deal with you. And the last not but least, Igbo language is dying, my people. This is no joke. Jonathan, is a pity that somebody is living in Onitsha, somebody is living in Owerri, but his and her children cannot speak the Igbo language. And when I say Igbo language, it goes to other Biafran languages. We are in big trouble all round, but only the Republic of Biafra will save us from this. But we must start now also clamoring that it will be compulsory to learn Igbo or Ijo or any other language, in primary school to secondary level at least, so that we don't lose our language. People that lost their language, they are gone. God bless Biafra and God bless you all. Thank you, my brother.
There were Mazi. Remain blessed. Caller on WhatsApp, please. I crave your indulgence. Let me pick the caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
Uncle, I'm here with you. Good evening, sir. Mommy, good evening. I greet you all. I greet my beloved father, Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu. My name is Chinedu. I am calling you precisely from land of the brave and home of the free. Sir, when you talk about asking a rhetorical, this sounds to me like a rhetorical question. After listening to this whole lot of sweet lectures, I think you are letting people to understand that the only religion that is worth it to conquer every other religion, both in their features, practically and whatever, is Biafra. And there is a slogan on this radio that says, Biafra is our religion, and already Biafra is where we worship. Now, Elebere Ugobere, this is Biafra for everybody. So I think from all the analysis, I read the portion of the scripture. I think that should be Revelation chapter 3 verse 11 or chapter 3 verse 11. That is where him who created every man on earth gives the classified, as in he made it a picture of what kind of church he had chosen. Though they play politics and call it Church of Philadelphia, but that is Biafra himself. Because I've listened to you people, when you talk, I begin to imagine, how is it that this race came and they said, we don't want to engage anybody, we love blood. You understand? We love blood so much that we respect the Holy Spirit, because three things bear witness on earth. That is the blood, the water, and the spirit. So we have never hurted any man on earth. And these people are pushing us to the wall, yet we remain consistent, yet we have been persuading the spirit to be quiet in following others. I think we are the best on earth. And this is why they are rounding us against us to bridge us down, and they can't get us. Trust me when I say this, I love you all, you are the best. Thank you, bye for now.
Thank you very much. Caller on WhatsApp, thank you for holding on for, let me see. Oh, he seems he's gone. It's a pity he's gone. Caller on Signal, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Good evening from here.
There, Mazi.
My brother Jonathan, thank you for picking my call, and may Ezechukwu bless you. The same goes to our beloved sister Marian. She's always strong to come on this platform to educate our people. Those things that have been stuck in our brain right from the day we got born. All of you are trying to do this time around is to reset the whole mindset, because many of us, including me that are speaking, we are all deceived. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi. and by the special grace of Chukwuka Biama, I am the IPOB Australian National PRO. Mazi, my little contribution this night from here is that the religion that the Europeans brought to us is completely fake from what our fathers were believing before they came to destroy everything that we believe on. And today we have realized that these people, they are the problem we are facing today. Could you imagine that the Catholic Church that dominates our land in majority, in all this thing that is happening to our people, in all this killing that is happening in our land, these are those that brought their religion. We accepted it. We are praying their Ekene Maria and also on and so forth. The leader of this great Catholic Church all over the world cannot open his mouth to say, why are you killing these Christians? Why are you killing these people that believed in what we brought to them and they accepted it? Doing everything, not only that, donating their money every year, sending it to Vatican City in Rome. But they are killing the same people. These people cannot open their mouth to speak. And somebody is asking me today to believe in this type of God they brought to me. How can I believe? I thought as a father, when you saw your child outside, somebody is trying to beat the child, as a father or as a parent, all you need to do is to come and rescue your child from the hands of the invader. But these people are treating us this way, and somebody is asking me to believe in it. Mazi, this thing they brought us is fake. Believe me, it is completely fake. Whether they like it or not, people might say whatever they want to say. This type of Christianity they brought to us is completely things that we cannot accept. Now I realize what Mazi is saying. In Radio Biafra is where we worship. And here in Radio Biafra we must know the truth, and this truth we know must set us free. Anybody can think whatever he want to think, but we must keep on hammering this thing, and it's thinking. It's sinking in the minds of our people, in the brains of our people. We have realized that these people just came to benefit from us. Because if you are my father and you saw somebody beating me outside and you failed to come and ask why, even if they why you beat my child, you didn't ask. Then I come back home. You want to come and ask me now, what was happening outside? The way I would talk to you, you will regret even giving birth to me. This is exactly what these people are doing to us. Because they know that by the time we are free, all these things that have seeped into our brain, we must reset it. Right from kindergarten, we will tell our children the truth, and they must know the truth. That this type of Christianity they brought to us, Mazi, we can't continue like this. We cannot continue. Mad people everywhere. This is I'm so my heart is bleeding this evening, really, Mazi. The way these people are teaching us with this their so-called Christianity. Look at this, our brother, the Yoruba pastors. The one that is paying me is they will stay there and go and tell other new man in Lagos, go home and kill your father and your mother. They are your problem. And they cannot tell this type of thing to their own people. They still believe in their culture. They still believe in what their forefathers were worshiping. And they are using Bible to put the brain of our people in Lagos. They are the ones donating money. They are the ones doing paying tithes. At the end of the day, when the same man has a problem, you ask him the problem he has is one tree in your village. Go there and cut it or give your father. It's your problem. Which type of Christianity is this, man? We cannot continue like this. Thank you, my beloved brother. May God bless you, my brother.
And you too. There was.
Bless you too. Just to add a little bit to what Mazi Akaza. I feel your pain. I hear you. They are not just, they are not even acting like they are hearing what is happening. Christians are being killed. Forget about Biafra thing now. Christians are being slaughtered. They are not even saying anything. They are supporting the people killing you. And then they are using somebody like Peter Obi to quell us from saying anything. They are able to hear the political nonsense going on in Nigeria, and then they raised up Peter Obi to come and put fire off. But they don't hear about the Christians that are being killed. Their own ministers are being kidnapped, being killed, ransom, everything. Catholic Church has not made a statement. The Church of Canterbury has not made a statement. And every day people are collecting money and giving them. I feel your pain, my brother.
Who is stupid? Is it not the people that are continue doing the same? I saw the other day, yes! I think in Anambra, some people they were mourning. I think the going on parade, mourning the Queen Elizabeth. I don't know whether you saw it.
I saw it. After all she did, she's going to go to heaven. Then my forefathers that didn't do half of what she did, they are going to go to hell. Are you really telling me? Meanwhile, she's benefited from every Bible that is sold under King James. And all the atrocities she did. People want to tell me she's going to go. And look at even when they were parading, taking her, but before they installed King Charles, they had a ram they offered sacrifice. Just like Akadi said, every other people, every other maintain their own, even Muslims. In Muslim, they maintain their own culture, traditional culture. It's only us, the Igbos. We, the Biafrans, are the ones that threw away everything we had to embrace this Christianity. The Yorubas still do their own. We are the stupid ones, man.
Of course we are. And that stupidity is what we are trying to remove from our brains, so that we behave ourselves honestly. Caller, I think we are winding down towards the end of this program. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan. Good evening, sir.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. Wada Marian here, good evening.
Good evening, my brother. God bless.
Mazi had your submission this evening, and your submission touched my heart. My name is Odisa Chukwuma. I'm calling from my location. Odisa Chukwuma is from Abia State, Isialangwa North, Biafra land. So, Mazi, your submission this evening touches my heart, because everything that you're saying is truth. Nothing is forged. Everything has been opened. You know, Mazi used to speak it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, may God bless him wherever he is. His enemies will die before him, and he will be alive to bury his enemies. And he will bring Biafran flag for us. And Biafran freedom is real, because we are moving on. It's about Christianity. That is what everything that has happened to us. Our culture, people forget our culture. Just like as Mwada is saying, if you look at other tribes in the whole world, white men have culture and they still practice their culture. They brought Christianity for us to conquer us and to take away what we have, to exploit us even in our mineral resources. Holding Bible in one hand, holding gun in one hand. Then they come to our people, they show you Bible, our people are busy looking to the inside the Bible. They are exploiting our tradition, taking away our effigies, the antiquities, whatever that we used to serve, worship Chukwokika Abiyama, they took away. They are exploiting our minerals, they are exploiting our resources, taking it away, where our people are busy drinking wine or hot drink and looking into their foreign religion, what they brought to us. Some places where you resist them, that you don't need their white God, they will kill you because they have gun in one hand. So I was asking myself, I say, how come people that brought Christianity and say that their God is the best, and their God said that that shall not kill, and they are still killing you to produce God, their white God, to you? What a pity that our people couldn't see it in time. And this Christianity have gone so deep in our society that our people doesn't know where they come from.
We forget who we are. We forget our foundation. In an instance that we don't know our people, forget that we are the original God's own people. We are the most oldest tribe upon this planet Earth. When Mazi was saying it, I go through it and I keep listening, and I find out that it's real. And the Oni of Ife has spoken about this Igbo race, that we are the most oldest people upon the planet Earth. After us, take the Jewish. So I don't know how come about it, but I find that it's true that he's following Mazi and can maybe have read the history and find it out. So you see what our people of the religion have done to us by religion, Catholic and Anglican. Look at what Madam Maria Heda said now, that day that they are burying the queen, people are blind. The so-called Christians, you see the white men that brought the religion for you, they are still doing tradition. They slaughtered a ram or a sacrifice they made before burying the queen or before crowning the king. So all woe to us because we refuse to know who we are. And the most thing that happened to us is that we doesn't know who we are. Before the white men came, we know Chukwokikabiama, and we are serving Chukwokikabiama doing our way. And the land of Biafra land was concentrated. It was holy, that you cannot do some certain things. That since you will do, the land will come after you. If you go and do against somebody that his eyes is clean, and you want to take his thing by force, by fire, if that person should say anything and come to them and because of the land, and they will come after you, they will disgrace you openly. And you must confess that thing that you have done before the land will free you, or you will die beside it. So when I was growing, my father, that is late now, told me that something in my village, in Isialangwa, something that they do in that village, that those days, if somebody stole something in that land, in my village, in my community, they used to come to my family. That thing belongs, that power belongs to my family. It's only my company, my family that thing is. But if they are looking for the people, even though they stole it and the people came from far place or from another region or from another kindred or from another state, immediately they took a strong man, an able young man in my family, and do some sacrifice or bring some leaf and put into that young man's eyes and in his hands and give him a horn. There is a horn. And they give him and do those things, and that young man, you see a power will bestow upon him. And that horn, we start moving him with that power. He will be moving towards and try to track those people. He will be tracking them where they were. If they went through the river band, it will pass the river band. If they paddle canoe, he will paddle canoe. People will be following him until he will trace and get those people. The last one they did is that they traced them from Isialangwa North to Mbise. They climbed fence, and that man, the power, took that young man and climbed the fence and entered inside the man's compound. And they find out that this thing is going to cause a tribal problem, and they have to bring that young man, and they do something on him that power left him and his eyes clear. Then I was asking my father, then now in our own time, what happened that we are not seeing such things? My father said that religion have come and scatter those things, and they are no more doing it again. I say, Papa, do you know some things those things that they used to do it? He say, yes, but the leaf that they used to put in that young man, that in his eyes and in his hand and in the top of that horn, that he doesn't know that leaf for now. I said, Father, what a pity that something like that is disappearing. He said that is what religion have done to us. Christianity that they brought to us.
That is what foreign religion did to us.
Yes, sir. So, Mazi, do you see if that such a thing had been existing, that this thing that can be developed in a new model to track down people that commit atrocities, that people that commit that break the law, people that did all kind of things, we can put it in modern way that we can use it now. Technology now, as the world is advancing, we can advance with that, because that is craft. It's a technology. Then you see where these white men and white belief and religion have kept our people at the back, and the white men know that's why they brought their religion to steal what belongs to us, and they use it to their own, and it's working for them, and they keep us in a shorting level. They short us. And there's something again that my father said that they used to build those days. That thing they call it Ozunyo. You know, there is a great man or a king, you know, those days. When you die, they will build that thing. They will build it. So many beautiful and so many reflections, so many antiquities and statues will be there. They say Ozunyo. I don't know, people that know about it, we talk about it, they know more. They say when you carry that in, it's something to look. It's something traditional. It's something that white men, when they came and saw it, they never see that kind of glory. They never see that kind of artwork before, and all those things is gone. And I asked my father, those that are building it, did you know how to build it? Now it's only my father that said yes, that he know how to build it, that he can build it, but he never did. Because he say tradition. He said when he started building, and you know, people of the village, they will say the Christianity, that he has started worshiping idol, all those kind of things. You see what the religion have done to us. Mazi, I want to raise my submission here. May God bless you very good, and bless Wada Marian Heda and our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the members of DOS, and the members of the leaders of indigenous people of Biafra, and the members of Biafrans all over the world. Let God bless you very good. I rest my submission. Good night. Thank you, sir.
Amen. Bless. The last caller on signal. Well, you'll be the last caller. Please welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Professor Jonathan. Good evening from my location. I am calling from the coastal region of Biafra, and my name is Mazi. I greet you, our dear sister, Madam Marian. Now, going to your topic of submission, we dwell on religion. Mazi Jonathan, let me kindly remind you that one of the conspiracy theories of the West was that Mungo Park discovered the River Niger. And the River Niger, we all knew that our great-grandfathers fetch water from there. The other conspiracy theory was that Mary's lesson, top of twins. These were conspiracy theories. I never believed it because they were falsehood. Now, Mazi Jonathan, do you know that people who are telling us that we don't have history have to send their emissaries to the land of Jews to steal the Dead Sea Scroll by bribing the rabbis that was today translated into what we call Bible? Is that not a contradiction? Do you understand that we have our ancestral tradition, and they far from Christianity and the Islamic religion, which I believe two of them are tools for conquest. The other one conquer by sword, and the other one try to conquer by conviction. But when you refuse to abide by the conviction of Christianity, then you are subjected to eye selection. So what I am trying to say today is every religion devoid of Christianity and the Islamic have point of contact through which they communicate to the Creator. And the way the issue and problem lies at this point of contact, we precisely in the part of the world, Biafrans, have our modus, which is the ATR, African Traditional Religion. We know how we communicate to our Creator. These are what the Europeans, the West, came to bastardize. thereby making us a mockery and ridiculing us as people who do not have this, because most of us were fooled by what they brought to us. So, Professor Jonathan, what I'm saying this night is that average Black African were a kind of used and overused, because we allowed the British who came to conquer us, and our religion was bastardized. Because this religion, when you look at it, when we call God in our own way, He answers us and He attends to our problems without straightening. It happened in olden days, but these were things that were bastardized by westernization, and these are objects and instruments of conquest. Professor Jonathan, can I surprise you now with the story I want to tell you? These are why the West, the Western Nigeria is different from the Eastern region of Nigeria, Biafra land, precisely now. Do you know that when one of my brother was doing his chamber attachment, that was when I was in Lagos. Do you know that a Yoruba pastor, a redeemed pastor, who was their principal then in the chamber, his laptop was stolen right inside the chamber, unknown to him that it was his brother-in-law that stole the laptop on Saturdays. And this student lawyers doesn't used to go to chamber on the Saturdays. On Monday, when this man discovered that this laptop was stolen, it becomes a problem. So it came to a point that these people have to consult a traditional deity in Ikorodu then. And this deity is a deity that answers anytime. Everybody knows it. So we were called upon and we went there. Do you understand, Professor Jonathan, that a secretary to this man went to Babalawe and they bear false witness against these student lawyers who were doing a chamber attachment, and conspire against one and pointed one among the three of them that he stole this laptop. And when this thing happened, this secretary said that Baba said, because she has consulted Baba, and when one of them wanted to counter it, because one of the person accused, his elder brother was in Zoo Senate of Nigeria, and by virtue of that guy was supposed to worth million laptops. Do you know that this principal, a Yoruba pastor who has the chamber, told one of my brother to shut up? Don't you hear that Baba say? Mazi Jonathan, how can we reconcile this? Our side, I don't know why we are so narrowed and conquered by this falsehood. I'm not trying to bastardize Christian, but the kind of Christianity they brought to us is a diluted Christian, Mazi Jonathan. It's a diluted Christian. So that is what I am saying. And this is my just little contribution, Mazi Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
May Chuko Kikabiama help us, because we are in one almighty mess.
Of course we are.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan, and God bless you and Mwada Marian.
That is why we are doing this, to help ourselves, to redeem ourselves from this cage, this narrow cage that we accepted to be. This is where I'm going to switch off the phones. People are still calling, but I'm no more picking any calls, please. Mwada, please, your closing remarks, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, again. Another good day, I would say. Hopefully, we are able to learn one or two things. All I'm going to say now is that what we are trying to say here is how we have been fooled, deceived by this religion. Because even if you pay attention to these particular two religions, there are other religions. Like I said, if you go to the Hindu, that Judaism and all that, they still encourage them to maintain their traditional ways of values. So, and when you pay attention to the people that have suffered, are the people that abandon their own traditional way of life and embrace this organized religion completely, that one suffering. And then again, like we said, that people agree that God is the one that gives every wisdom, which I queried again. If that is so true, which I believe, then places like China, places like India will not be able to have any amount of brain. They won't have to understand anything, okay? Because they don't believe in religion, but they're striving, they're even doing better. So these are some of the things we have to consider and look. We are not just making these things up. Now you look at this particular religion. There was a brother that invoked the story of the Moabites. I thought he was going to take that story to the genealogy of Yeshua according to the Christian Bible. Who is Ruth? Ruth was a priestess that was in the Moabite god. Okay, so but somehow she's woven into the bloodline of Jesus Christ.
Wanda, can I? Wanda, please, just 1 second. Can I ask this question? Because that is question I used to ask. In this thing you said now about the genealogy of Jesus Christ, why is it that the Bible, the record of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the ones that recorded the so-called genealogy of Jesus Christ, they say Christ was born, conceived through the power of the Holy Ghost. No meeting with intercourse with Joseph. But when they write about the genealogy, now they are talking about the genealogy of Joseph. They didn't mention of the genealogy of Mary, that bear her in stomach. Bear bore him in stomach. But they say no, Joseph didn't touch Mary. He kind of confused, because it is through the genealogy of Joseph that it goes back to as the son of David. These people sometimes they joke with our brains that we can live forever.
Most of these things are hidden in plain sight. People don't ask questions. That's the thing. People don't ask questions. They just take a good line and sinker. And that day people don't study. But when you begin to study the Bible, you see a lot of contradictions, which will make you begin to ask questions, and they cannot answer the question. I asked that question, but then what I will tell you is the genealogy of Mary is in the Bible. But I think it's only in the book of Luke you can see that. The genealogy of Mary and the genealogy of Joseph, they were distant relatives. But you have to pay attention to pick it up. But again, you rightly said, because if they want to maintain that when it comes to physical being, that Joseph has nothing to do with the birth of Jesus Christ, why would you then trace the genealogy of Jesus Christ through Joseph? You can't do that. But like I said, because when you go back to the Bible, you see the genealogy of Mary. Somewhere they were related. That's when you begin to talk about Perez. You know who Perez is? Perez came from the genealogy of Judah. When Judah married Judah's sons, two of his sons died because of it's a long story. I'm not going there. So the last son he had, he married a woman. Tamar was the wife of his first son. The first son was doing evil according to the Bible, and then God killed him. The second son took over Tamar. Then what the second son was doing was, during the time of the having relationship, he would not, he would discharge whatever. I don't want to be so this thing, but he refused to pregnant her. Because of that, God was angry at him and killed him. So Judas sent her away. I said, when my third son grows up, I'm going to bring you to marry him according to their culture. But what happened was he had no plan for his son, the third son, to marry Tema, because according to him, Tema had married 2 of his sons and they died. So to run the story quickly, but he himself was a man that is so promiscuous, it's really interesting. So when Tema was in her place, he connected with one of his friends and went to visit that area. Okay, he did, and Tema heard about it. He went there to go and chase. Anytime he goes to this particular town, he'll be chasing women around, prostitutes. So Tema disguised as a prostitute, and Judah saw her, went into her, slept with her, she got pregnant. He didn't pay her after their meeting, so he gave his staff as a collateral to Tema. I'm coming back to pay you for sleeping with you as a prostitute, but he never came back. So now Tema becomes pregnant. When Judah heard about, Judah said they must kill Tema because Tema has, violated, she's a loose woman. He was supposed to be for her son, blah, blah, blah. Then when they did, they were supposed to stone Tema. Tema came out and brought out that staff and said, whoever is the owner of this staff is the person that pregnanted me. It turned out to be who? It turned out to be Judah. So that's how they had the baby. The baby, they were twins, Perez, and I think, what is Perez and Joel is Zerez or something like that. So it's through this lineage, that David and Mary came, through this lineage of Perez and this thing. So that's when they would say the son of David or the son of Judah, or go back there. That's what they're tracing. But your argument is right. They have to remove Joseph and then stay on Mary at the genealogy, tracing the genealogy of Christ according to them, towards Joseph, David, and the son of David and all that. But it's a long story. But that's where that is coming from. Like I said, that's why people should go and study the Bible. Take out time, don't just read, study it. You have all these contradictions. Ask your pastor, let him explain it to you. The truth is that this organized religion, the main purpose is for conquest and continue to hold people down mentally through emotions, emotional blackmail. That's what I call it. Okay, there's only God, you can serve God through many ways. It's not about the religion I'm into, it's my behavior. Because even when you pay attention, what I was trying to say, you look at the genealogy of Jesus, he's riddled with a lot of criminals. Okay, so if this story came from our own line of story, our own religion, they will find a reason to tell you that Jesus Christ cannot be pure because his background is riddled with criminality and immorality. Like they told us that the gods we worship were not right, our ancestors were doing wrong. But the God they want you to worship, his background is riddled with all this. The Moabites were the descendants of the children of Noah, but not Noah, Lot. Lot, when he slept, his 2 children made him drunk, according to the Bible, and they slept with him. Okay, that's the lineage. The children that were born are the lineage of these Moabites. Yeah, Yeshua came through that. I just gave you a story of Judah, how he slept with his daughter-in-law and all that. He covered the stuff. And then Rahab, she was an idol worshiper. But they came and told us that if after all these things, this Yeshua is the most holiest of his God incarnate. But our own, who did not come through any human copulation, you can't say that they are riddled with all these things. We are going straight to Ancient of Days. They told us it is wrong, it is that, and we believe it. So these are some of the problems we are dealing with, that we are trying to let our people know that we have been deceived. Yes, but can we turn the clock back 180? Yes, it's doable, and that's the journey we are in. It's not a force. Let us go and do research. And for how many years we started calling on this God? Exactly through this way, calling on God through this way they brought to us, especially we. Even as you watch things that are happening, you'll be calling this God, your enemy will kill you right there. And then they're telling you that this God is God of fire. He answered by fire, he does this, he does that. I have never seen any situation where somebody was in a problem, whether it is this market they come to burn, whether it is this terrorist trying to kidnap them or kidnap somebody, and they prayed and miracle happened. I mean, are they trying to say that this God has stopped performing? Is this God, doesn't he have powers anymore? That's my question. He only did it during the time of the Israelites. He can't do it now because they called him through their own ways. And even if you go back, you will see even those Israelis things, the way that they pray to their God. I'm not even talking about Christianity, Old Testament. You see the way they were performing rituals, sacrifices to this God. It wasn't just made up. You talk about Gideon before he took the people to war. According to the Bible, I think it's book of Judges, he told Gideon, take them to the water. Those that will drink like dogs are the ones I want you to take to war. If it's today, they will say, what kind of thing are you doing? Go and check. Gideon did some sacrifices to God. When the angel appeared, he performed some ritual sacrifices. So it's not just made up. Our people think it's just because you say in the name of Jesus. It will not happen. It's not just made up. Abraham, when he encountered God, he made sacrifices. God put him into a deep sleep. Before they said, and as we are going, he was doing sacrifice. All these things. So that was the way he revealed himself to them to worship them. Every culture had their own, the way God revealed it to them. Because in the mind, in the brain of man, which is the new frontier of science, I ask myself this question. When you have a child, the child is capable of anything you expose that child to. Between the age of 0 to 3 years, if you expose 20 languages to that child, steady, the child will comprehend all of them. So that tells you there's no particular language, there's no particular behavior that is stone written in the mind or the brain of a human being. So is it. There is no particular religion that is stone written in the mind or brain of man. It's the one you expose the individual to. That's what they believe. It doesn't make the other one wrong, it doesn't make the other one right or perfect or absolute. No. So that is God, because he is the one that wired the brain. If you believe that he's created everything, he made the brain to be able to accept or susceptible to assimilate and learn these things the way he inspired you. Because my language, the dialect I speak as an Igbo person, I'm able to speak because I was born in that location where this language is spoken. And then through my environmental factors and other things, hearing it, I began to speak Igbo. So is somebody who is born in Hausa land, born in another place. Because it's the same God that gave me that ability. My brain is already made to receive whatever in my environment and build me, and that is my culture, who I am. So none is better than the others. That's how I'm going to submit today, Mazi. God bless.
Thank you very much. As usual, you said it all. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. What I want to say is, I want to start by making my usual remark, asking this question, because my goal is to poke your brain to think. It's not about being emotional, no. I want you to think. People that spend time, risks their lives, cross Atlantic Ocean, looking for riches, and any person on their way between them and those riches, they blunder, they slaughter if they can. How can these people that came to colonize and exploit, because colonization means exploitation, they don't colonize people in order to, benefit them. The overall goal of colonialism is to exploit, is for the benefit of the colonizer, not the colonized. How can these people that come, they stole our bronze artifacts, our artifacts in Arochukwu, in Benin Empire, in the whole of our land. They plunder everything. Now, they come. They give us something that could be beneficial to us. I want you to think deep. You that is hearing my voice, please. You're a human being. You should be a human being. Think very deep. People that give us Christianity, those, they take every other thing. It's religion. Now they come and give us Christianity, tell us a way to, show us a way to heaven. something that will benefit us. But unfortunately, it's not in this life. It's afterlife. They want our goodness. But they are busy stealing everything we have. They are still stealing crude oil. Our crude Britain is still, as I'm talking to you, they are still busy stealing our crude oil. No meter. And these people, they will give us something that will be beneficial to us. The religion. Check yo. Let us think, let us reason like a human being. The only thing they want is they use conquest, pure conquest, nothing more, not for your benefit, not for our benefit. They bring us stories, to change our nomenclature, to change the way we reason, to demonize our own thing. They know their own is the best. Can't you see the handwriting on the wall? Sometime I was talking with somebody. I told him, if it is me, Asim Kwe, I would have said, for what is happening, what has been happening to Biafrans as Christians, nothing. No help. No, direct solution. We need permanent solution. Not that we wait until they want to exterminate all of us, committing genocide. And now, one or two reverend fathers we organize to be bringing Gare Gabon. You say, oh, they help us. Yes, it's a help, but they should have stopped it at the first. With that thing, the root cause of the problem, they should have helped us to stop it. I say, if it is my own opinion, I would have said that we, as a people, we massively remove ourselves from Christian religion. I'm telling you honestly. It will become a law. I'm not saying, this is my own opinion.
I totally agree, Mazi. I tried to say this thing one time when I was shut down.
Say, as a people, from today on, we resign, just like mass resignation. We resign from Christianity because it doesn't do us any good. That is my own opinion. Because what have we gained? I'm saying, I'm asking, what have we gained? There is this program, our brother Melchizedek, he used to ask this question, say, if you know what Christianity have done for us, the benefit, come and let us talk. Call and tell us. And when you reason deeply, you see that people that are calling, maybe talk to, they will tell you, oh, bring education. I laugh. I say, no. Even me, I say, no, it's not true. Okay, did Christianity bring education to Japan? Japan filtered. They brought it just like water with some dates they bring for you to drink. You filter it. Japan filtered what they want from what they don't want, and took both technology and research about it and use it. When it comes to this ideology, this new religion, they say, no, we don't want this one. This is garbage for us. We don't need it. And today, Japan is doing greater than the whole of Africa. Japan can feed Africa as a whole. Do you understand? So, how can people that hate us, that want to exploit us, that we take a crying and begging and diplomatic moves for them to return one or two artifacts among thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of artifacts they plundered from our land? It will take many concessions, many things for them to return one or two. And it will be announced in BBC everywhere what they plundered from our land. But they are the people that want our good. Don't you see that there is something fishy? It is only now, due to the eye-opening teachings of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we start reasoning like real human beings. Look at Queen Elizabeth that sanctioned the killing of Biafrans, the killing of more than 6 million Biafrans in a genocide. The survivors of those genocides are thankful for her, thankful to her, mourning her death. Why? Because of ignorance. Oh, he's the head of, because she's the, you know, the British monarch is the head of Anglican Church. Do you see how they smartly did their own? They modeled their own, in as much as Christianity becomes European general religion. Is their culture, become their culture through Roman conquest, and you know they took it. Now England, Britain, they modified their own so that they don't bow down to Rome. They made their queen, their monarch, the head of their church of England. And no matter the atrocities he committed in our land, you see, out of ignorance, because our people go to the church, they pay allegiance to because when you are going to church, Anglican church, CMS, you automatically are bowing down to the British monarch. It's automatic. You understand? All these things is what we expose here. People that kill us now, you go and pay allegiance to them. Don't you see that there is something wrong in our brains? This is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been preaching. For us to start reasoning like human beings, because there lies the key. This is why we suffer. This is why we are underdeveloped. Because when you fail to develop your brain, you become underdeveloped. Europeans, they develop themselves because their brains, they started thinking in another way, developing their brain. Development is your brain. You develop your brain. That is it. Now from there, it becomes collectively. It becomes collective development. But when we continue the status quo, standardizing God that we know, our great ancestors call God, know God more than anything. But when you talk about God now, they quote for you the book of Galatians, the book of 2 Peter, the book of Mark, as if it's the standard for God. This is really absurd. Biafrans, we need to wake up. Africans in general, we need to wake up. Am I talking about those in Islam? The one, their brain is off already. But some people are also understanding. They don't know that Islam is Arabic. Even it took 250 years for Islam to gain orthodoxy in the Middle East. People don't know that. What does it mean? For people now, for Arabs to now embrace Islam as their religion. You know? It took 250 years. Because it's a process. That is why we shouldn't, this project we are in, the restoration project, it is not something of a today. Sometimes I say even, maybe this generation might not even benefit. I'm telling you honestly. Because if you are thinking that, oh, one Biafra come, oh, you will start benefiting. You will, no, that you might be disappointed though. Because there will be hitches. In every revolution, aftermaths. There are aftermaths of the revolution, and it is always ugly at the first time. You know, the way when gold are being mined, it is being washed with chemicals, including mercury. After washing, you go it pass through acid washing. Before now, it become something that you see glitter and pay millions for. That is gold. So, the process of what we are doing, it is a process. You understand? It is a process. It is not something that you come and get. That is why with speed, when you come with speed, you go with speed. But when you have patience, you become consistent. You continue. You block your mind that even this thing you are doing, that you might not even benefit directly. But generations coming will be proud to say, look, my ancestors, I held thee. As Americans are saying today, they held their ancestors. But many people that fought for America, they didn't even benefit. They didn't live to benefit. But they restore the country, a civilization that their children are happy and proud to call their home. The same thing happened to the restoration of the modern Israel. When they declared Israel, all hell broke loose. Many of them died. I say, many that even lived that time, they lived the wretched life. Let me tell you, from 1948, many Israelis, they lived the wretched lives until they started putting, that enlightenment. Because you need to gather ground before bringing seed. You need to organize yourselves. You need to get really organized and have seats, have roots before you can talk about development. Because that is a problem of Africa. You see, Africans, black people, our people, anywhere you go, as long as that place is organized, you give your best. As one other said, the person never change. In Nigeria, the person might be a cultist that is, being wanted for one crime or the other. But when they travel, for example, travel to Europe, he cool down. Travel to America, he cool down. Now he saw a new environment that is good, that is manured for him to sprout, to really bring out his real self. Not that self in Nigeria. That himself in Nigeria. No. But he never changed. He's still the same person, the same brain. So what am I trying to say? The restoration effort we are doing, it is a process. It is not something, today, tomorrow, when is it going? All these things we are doing, I'm tired. Why is it every time the same thing? That is you, because you don't understand the history. You don't understand how it goes. It's a process. It's something we are building for the future. Not mainly, our job is to restore. Now, to build it, we hand over the building to generations. We start building. Those that are alive to say, we start building, continue consistently building until in many decades. Now, people will start seeing that continuity. Generations coming will start seeing, reaping the good result and be proud. When they hold Biafra passport, they are proud to hold that passport. That is what we are doing. So here we make you to think, to reason. Remove emotion if you want, because emotion will make you biased. If you want to really think like a human being, remove anything emotional. So what my mother have told me, trained me right from beginning. So now I can say it's like, no, I don't want to believe. No, that is emotional. Remove emotion from yourself. Now you start seeing clear. You'll be talking with your mind, your brain. You'll be communicating purely with your brains. There is no way these people that plundered us, Europeans that are still plundering us, will give us something that will benefit us. It is impossible. Just for free. They print Bible, give for free. I could remember when they will send you cartons of Bible for free. Tracts everywhere. Everywhere. For free. To be intoxicated. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our tradition. Biafra is our identity. We have no other identity apart from Biafra. Remember, tomorrow I will be here on this hallowed platform, being Sunday, tomorrow on an interactive session as usual. Please do not miss it. And also, let me try to announce this. There will be IPOB Belgium General Meeting through ESN fundraising support on Saturday. Oh, it is ongoing. It is today even. It is today. Being 24th September 2020. It is, maybe it has finished even, so no need. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
I'm asking you, do you really know? Do you know where you come from and where you go? Hello? You don't know? No. You can bullshit yourself.